All right. We are live. What is going on, everybody? This is Randolph Floor 19, the man with a million. And I am here, finally, live. No thanks to Jez Corden, one of your co-hosts.
Oh.
You know what? Just blame Jez. Can we just get a hashtag going on right now in chat for my buddy, the other co-host of Xbox 2, managing editor of Windows Central, Jez Corden. It's basically 2:30. We're supposed to be starting at 2:15, and wouldn't you know it, we're late because Jez Corden just kind of, strolls in whenever he feels like it, because he knows he's the MVP. He knows he's the reason why people tune in, and he just strolls in being like, "What's up, bro? You got everything ready? Let's." And I'm just like, "Yeah, I'm here. I've been here for a bit."
Yeah. Of course. I mean, I don't know what kind of fancy land we're living in here, Rand. But I made it here in the end. That's what matters, right? That's what matters. And yes, we are late, and it is my fault. And I'm sorry, everybody. But I sort of just forget that we have housekeeping to do now, and I'm like, oh damn, I need to get the ad read ready, and I need to get the Patreon list ready, and all that stuff. Trying to be more organized. Alas, it's been I had this week off work, and somehow I'm just as busy as ever. I suppose it's the holiday season, right? But yeah, we're here, and I'm getting into the swing of things. I actually had a nap. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't half asleep for the show. My sleep cycle's been really messed up. So I've been awake since like 5:30 in the morning. So I thought, yeah, I better have a little bit of sleep as such. Otherwise, I'd be half dead for the show, and nobody likes a half dead podcast, right?
Absolutely
So,
not.
yeah,
No,
we made
nobody.
it. We made it.
We're here. We're here. We're doing good. Why don't you tell people about your recent purchase, by the way?
Ah, no. Can we not? Can we not talk about it?
You don't want to talk about it? Why don't you want to talk about it?
It's really embarrassing.
Is it? I think you should talk about it.
Well, I don't know. Some people might have seen on Twitter the other day that I was talking about that Diablo 4 statue, the Lilith statue, 66 centimeters statue. That's it's like $650. And I was like, I don't need this. I really don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need a Lilith statue, Rand. I don't need a Lilith statue. And I was like, I was telling people on Twitter, well, I could get it. I was sort of going through the motions in my head, like, what? How could I justify this? Okay, well, I got a Christmas bonus coming up, so I could use a Christmas bonus on that. And I was like, well, I'm trying to save money, because don't know if I'm going to be laid off in the next year. Looking at the way the media landscape right now, so maybe I shouldn't be wasting money on frivolous statues. I was like, well, I could put it on a credit card, spread the cost out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I was just like, no, the interest rates are insane right now. That's not a smart play. What are you talking about? And then I decided I wasn't going to buy it. But then I was just like, fuck it.
Then you're just like, screw it. You only live once, YOLO.
Yeah. So I bought it, and then I regretted it. And I was like, no, I shouldn't buy this. I really shouldn't buy this. So I went to the Blizzard's website, and I was like, where's the cancel button? They don't have a cancel button on Blizzard's website. So I dropped there. The only thing you can do is like drop them an email and ask them to cancel it. So I dropped them an email thinking like, oh, it'll take a couple of weeks to ship a statue anyway. It's shipped already. So I was like,
buyer's remorse as soon as he buys it, and then tries to cancel it, and they shipped it to him. Oh man,
I shouldn't have access to my phone when I'm like half asleep. And so and so I think God wants me to have this statue because it wouldn't let me cancel it. It's fate now. So yeah, I'm now, and also I need to blame Ainsley over at Season Gaming because he sent in that thread he sent a video of the statue because he went out and bought it. And I was like, that's what pushed me over. I was like, damn, that's amazing. That's a cool ass statue. I have nowhere to put a statue. I literally have nowhere to put it.
You have nowhere to put a statue. You have nowhere to put a 65-inch television to help you out with your gaming.
No, I don't.
And you're just spending money like it's going out of style. Getting
why I can't afford my own place.
Getting dolls, like my buddy Gopher.
I bought the Doom Guy Figma like 2 years ago, pre-ordered it, and completely forgot about it. And then it just showed up on my door last week.
You sure your girlfriend's not gonna look at that statue and just kind of just shake her head and be like, "What am I gonna do with him?"
Yeah, we had an interesting conversation about the statue.
I bet it was very interesting.
Oh my god!
For those that don't know, how much was the statue? Are you too
$650?
How much?
I said
how much?
$650.
And is that U.S.? Is that is that?
Yeah. So okay, so
$650.
So this is the horrible thing, right? It's $650 in the US, right? But it's also £650 in the UK. So in dollars, that is it's $800. $790 on this statue. Oh, that just makes it worse.
$1,000 for a doll. Oh my god, Jez. You need rehabilitation. You need rehabilitation.
The way I was thinking of it was like it's like I'm buying a sculpture. It's like a work of art. It's not a doll. It's not posable. It's like resin, man. It's like polycarbonate resin and like it's like an art piece. It's like a statue. I'm vested in art, Rand. That statue might be worth thousands in 10 years or something, right? No? Right?
I mean, for your sake, I hope so. For your sake. And
I'll tell you something.
What?
I bought the Fallout 76 Pip-Boy construction kit when it launched, right? And I never opened it because, again, I don't have anywhere to put it. I have no space. So it's just in the cupboard, right? The Fallout 76 construction kit Pip-Boy thing. I can't remember how much it was at launch. It wasn't that expensive. I think it was like $180 or something, right? Do you know how much that's worth now? Boxed?
How much?
It's worth like $1,000.
Ooh.
So, I'm kind of thinking like, maybe the Diablo statue would be worth a lot of money in 10 years.
Yeah.
No? Maybe.
It's an investment.
Right?
It's too bad you're not going to keep it in a box. You're going to unbox it and put it up on your shelf so people can see it on wherever you're going to put it. So, it could appear on camera whenever you're on camera for podcasts or whatever.
If
we ever go on camera for Xbox 2, which maybe that's a thing for 2023, I would expect that Lilith statue would be in frame, so you could show it off.
Maybe we'll find somewhere to put it. Well, I'll do like a whole unboxing. I'll do photographs and I'll write an article about it. I'll get content out of it. I have to now. Like since this is it, I'm committed now.
Yeah, you've definitely committed. $700 freaking dollars for a Lilith statue. You don't even know if Diablo 4 is going to be any good. You don't even know.
I know it might be terrible.
Yeah,
it might be terrible.
Oh, Jez, what are we gonna do with you, bro? What are we gonna do?
I always bitch that I can't afford my own place, and this is why I can't afford my own place. It's because I keep buying crazy shit like this.
And you used to get on me for buying books, and books are cheap, especially compared to statues.
Yeah, but there's no resale value on a book.
Doesn't need to be.
Man, you know how much like anime figures are worth over time if you keep them in the box and stuff? No?
A lot. But, I just wanted everybody to just laugh with you or at you or, basically the start of this podcast is basically what's wrong with Jez Corden? The reason for the show starting so late, now he's spending all this money on a statue he doesn't need. Let's pray for you. But anyways,
I can't afford it.
We have a great show lined up for you guys. It's Friday, December 16th, halfway through the month. Still a couple more shows left. We just put on our Patreon exclusive Xbox Ultimate show on Tuesday, which was a lot of fun. And if you guys can do us a huge favor, if you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs, waiting for us to get to the topics, we got some good ones. Please do us a huge favor and hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new. We hit over 100. We hit 90K, Jez. Channel Randall Thor 19.
90K, baby.
90K. I think we're at like 90K.1. I haven't checked to see how close we are to 0.2. But I don't know. I got to thank everybody in chat for being here, because everybody in chat who's actually talking with people, they're actually subscribers, because the chat, I have it on subscriber mode because we don't want bots, right? And we also don't want trolls. So I gotta give a big thank you to everybody here and everybody watching or going to be listening to this later. Couldn't have done this without you guys. I've never thought. 90,000 when I started this, it was like, would I even hit 10? Right? I didn't have any goals when I started this channel, honestly. Like, I think I started it in 2016 around the time Forza Horizon 3 came out. And I was just like, I'm just going to do it because whatever. I like to talk about games. I like to talk about Xbox. Tim Dog was really, really pushing me to do it. And it was just, and here we are 6 years later. I think this is episode 246 of the podcast, which is insane. We've been doing this now for over 5 years. It'll be 6 years next year. And I'm almost at 100,000 subscribers, which is insane to me. I never imagined getting this high, because I never had any plans, because I don't really, like, some people, they look at YouTube as like a business, right? Because it can be. And I've never really looked at this as a business. I always kind of just looked at this as a hobby. So sometimes I'll put out a bunch of videos and sometimes I won't. It just really depends on how I feel or what's there to talk about. Like right now, I haven't released any videos mainly because I am over the Xbox Activision Blizzard shit. Like, I am completely over it, where I was like, I don't want to make any videos about it, because I also feel nobody wants to hear about it. And because I don't want to talk about it, I'm not going to make any videos about it. If I treated this channel like a business, I would have videos every other day about something, just to keep myself in the algorithm and continuing to roll the subscribers in and stuff like that. But I always just kind of view this as just a fun hobby that kind of got bigger than I imagined. And then the same thing with the podcast. We just started it as, hey, two friends talking about Xbox, having a good time, and look where it is now. So it's kind of crazy. But thank you, everybody. It's incredible. And 10 more to go. And I think I did say if I'd reach 100K that I would go. We'd turn the Xbox 2 into a on-camera podcast. So I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. So
man of your word. Oh snap!
I am a man of my word.
I'm shocked to hear that. Actually,
you shouldn't be shocked. But we do have some housekeeping to get to before we get to the topic. So please hit that like button, share this on social media, let everybody know that we are live after Jez made us late by about 20 minutes. And
I'm just being thrown.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw you to the wolves in this episode, Jez. Thrown to the wolves to rip apart your carcass. But this episode is brought to you by Manscaped. So even though I read last week's ad read, I gotta do this one again. So here we go. Once again, 'tis the season for clean balls. Fa la 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 la. I can't believe you're making me read this, by the way. Our friends at Manscaped are helping you clear your driveway for safe travels this holiday season. From stocking stuffers to gift exchanges, Manscaped's products are at the top of every Christmas wish list. Don't let their chestnuts roast in the wrong boxers. Get them a pair of Manscaped boxers, specially made to keep your Santa sack cool and fresh, with holiday comfort all year round. Manscaped is here to make holiday shopping a blast. And thanks to our checkout code XB2, you can grab 20% off everything at manscaped.com. Razors, cologne, body wash, and much more. Thanks to Manscaped for once again sponsoring our show. So, thank you, Manscaped, for once again sponsoring the Xbox 2 podcast. The holidays are upon us, and if you want to get a gift, you can use our code XB2 at the checkout to get 20% off everything on the store, as well as free shipping. But that's not all, Jez. We have the wonderful Patreons over at patreon.com/XB2 also support the show. And you got some shout-outs to read, correct?
I do. And also, yes, thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring our show. And and thanks to the wonderful Patreons who, help support us directly. And we've got a bunch of shout-outs. So we've got Ryan Keipel, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Gunstar 75.
Gunstar 75. He's a great dude.
Yeah, Gunstar is awesome. Murray Donkey 99, C Money, Mario Kart Madman on YouTube, It's Firm 28, Macazilla, Stegsman, Randolph 419.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah. Silas, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Matt Salinas, Katriox, Bright Tundra 1, Jasper Shapp. I'll be your maiden, Jez.
Who is that? Who is that changes their name every single week?
I don't know who it is. Xbox International, Justin Duell, Frank Marino, P-Bro King, Ace of T Madison, Untidy Tim, Grizzly Mo4G, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagaman Achievement, The Scarecrow 1-1, Darren Torpy, Professor JJJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killer, Wolfgang, KBZ, Ralph Wiggum, and also I want to drop a happy birthday shout out to Sherman Jacobs as well. Happy birthday to Sherman, and happy holidays to everyone else.
Yeah, happy birthday, Sherman. And our Patreon producer this week is the one and only Ralph Wiggum. He's got a new logo for his YouTube channel, which you can see on stream. And he just says that, you can check out his channel, and it focuses on Xbox Game Pass news along with gameplay from games that are currently on Xbox Game Pass. The link is in the description for you guys to check out Ralph's YouTube channel if you wish. He's a great guy and supports our show. So thank you, Ralph, for being this week's Patreon producer. So where do we go from there, Jez? Where do we go from there?
We go in some topics, read some super
Well, there's a couple super chats here. Travis O'Leary says Game Pass for 2 years worth Xbox All Access. Or is that a question? Is Game Pass for 2 years worth Xbox All Access? Or is that a statement? I'm not really sure. Can you understand that, Jez? Is it a statement or is it a question?
I'm not sure, but what do you think about that?
About the Xbox All Access stuff?
Yeah. I mean, we don't really hear about it that much anymore. Is there anyone in the chat? Is anyone in the chat through Xbox All Access right now? Because I don't really hear about it anymore, so I'm curious to know what it's doing. But it's one of Microsoft's several initiatives to try and
sell more consoles, get more Game Pass.
Yeah, improve access to the platform and stuff. We don't really hear about it that much anymore, but yeah.
I don't know. I don't really see that many ads for it. I don't really see people talking about it. Sometimes I might see something like, I think there was maybe something for Verizon where you could get it for cheap. I mean, it is a pretty good deal. You can get a Series X and Series S. I do think the limited chip shortage, the limited consoles at launch really affected it. Because you couldn't really, number one, you couldn't really get a Series, you can't even really get a Series X now for the most part. And I think that's really impacted like the availability of those consoles on All Access. Series S is more available, but some people might just want to get the Series S and pay for Game Pass at their leisure instead of, paying for 2 years of Game Pass as well. It'd be interesting to see the breakdowns of the All Access program to see how much it's helped. But of course, Microsoft tends to be a little more secretive when it comes to those things because, it is a pretty good deal because it would basically like, okay, you could get the system and you could get 2 years of Game Pass, and it basically came out to be cheaper doing it that way than it would be if you did it like for full price, like on your own.
Yeah.
But monthly payments, and with everything going on, recession incoming and all the things happening overseas, it's just like, do people really want to add another monthly payment? And it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's also, yeah, I suppose the trade-off is the hoops you have to jump through, right? Because you have to sign up to the contract and all that kind of stuff. But I suppose it's just one of the extra things Microsoft's trying to pioneer to try and improve access. One thing that, I don't know if you've got this down as a topic, but we might as well just mention it here quickly. Another thing that they announced literally yesterday, a small piece of news that I don't think many people noticed, but they're rolling out xCloud to 2021 Samsung TVs now as well. So
Yes.
like they rolled it out to 2022 TVs initially, and now it's going out to 2021 TVs. And I've heard that they are in talks with LG, so it's going to roll out to LG TVs as well, and probably also Samsung 2020 TVs. So they are gradually rolling out all this stuff, and
well, they also enabled controller vibration through that as well.
Oh yeah, via the cloud. Yeah. That's a new one. That was one of the criticisms that Stadia had. Stadia had that stuff, but Xbox didn't. But now I suppose that's changed now. I'm actually just checking my TV if it's there yet, as we speak. And it doesn't seem to be, but I'm not sure if my TV is a 2020 or 2021.
We all know how much you love xCloud and how much you love gaming on it. So
it's just kind of useful to. Well, I'm someone with 1 gig down, right? So I'm kind of like, I am the target market for this. I got 1 gig down and I don't have any data cap because I live in an area in the UK where they actually pilot new internet speeds. So I'm super lucky for that. So when they're testing out like the capacity upgrades, it's always like my street which gets it first in the whole of the UK. But yeah, I've not seen it so far on my TV, so I guess I just have to wait and see, baby.
And you can just play the xCloud stuff on your Logitech G Cloud or whatever device you have that you love to play that stuff on, right?
I just use my Samsung Fold, really. We do have a review of the Logitech G Cloud up on Windows Central now. Zachary did a review of it. Sounds like it's pretty decent. But I'm more interested in that Razer Edge coming next year because it's actually got a dedicated chip for gaming, so like you can game natively on it and you can use cloud on it. So yeah, so more access, I guess. Let's hit another.
Well, yeah. So we got one here from Leaky Hum, which is very interesting. He says, impossible to ignore the correlation. Bonnie Ross and other 343 leads leaving has left 343 pumping out content. December update didn't exist 70 days ago. B. Sam was right, which I think he means Brad Sams.
Yeah, Brad Sams. Yeah.
What did Bram say? What did Brad Sam say?
Brams?
Bro, whatever. What did Brad Sam say?
Brad Sam's new nickname is Brams.
Brams.
I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Brams. What did Bram say? Well, Brams, his new nickname. I don't know what he said.
Oh.
But I'm sure. I think Brad actually had a source at 343 that was sort of elaborating on some of this stuff. Maybe he said it on his YouTube channel or something. But Brad is quite connected with 343 stuff, I believe. So I'd be interested to go and find out what he said. But I'm sure it's something along the lines of Leaky Hum says Brad Sam said Ross was fired. I actually heard like similar stuff with regards to some of the other people that left around when Bonnie Ross left, or left, quote unquote. I think a lot of that stuff was unceremonious, and I think it was an issue of we've got to fix this, by hook or by crook, and it seems like maybe it's working. I don't know.
Well, I haven't really been paying too much to Halo Infinite recently, although people have been telling me that the content that's coming out for it is coming at a faster pace. that I think they made like all the cores free, which is something that was deeply monetized. There was no December update, and now there is. And I think that custom games browser that was supposed to come with season 3 in March got pushed up, and now it's actually there already.
All right.
So I guess you can be like, okay, so you have these people that were there, that were these leads, and then the game was in kind of a bad state. Suddenly you get rid of them all, or Bonnie Ross leaves, and then suddenly a bunch of other people leave, and now it's like the game's starting to like kind of maybe pull together in a better shape with more content and more things that the people want. It does make you question what was the holdup, right? I don't know. Like, I've kind of just like tuned off on the whole Halo Infinite thing because, like I said before, I don't think I'll go back to it unless there's a Battle Royale update or whatever, because none of my friends play it. And when my friends do play it, I'm just not good enough to play with them. And Halo does have that like secret like matchmaking rank stuff, so it's like not fun. It's like that's what sucks. When I played Warzone with my buddies or PUBG, it was always fun and it kept on playing. Playing Halo with my friends is not fun for me. I've like lost my skill over the years. I'm not as good as Halo as I once was. So like playing with my friends is a bad experience, and that's a horrible thing to say because normally playing with your friends is supposed to be a great time. But playing with them, I just get basically ramrodded. I just constantly die over and over because the competition that they pull in because of how good they are, I'm just not up to snuff. So it's like, I don't want to play Halo because it's not fun. So I do other things. So I just haven't really been paying attention to Halo Infinite or what's been going on with it. I mean, I do see some of the posts on Twitter when people share their Halo Forge creations, and a lot of them look really, really fantastic. So maybe, this is the beginning of Halo Infinite crawling and scratching its way back up into relevancy, or at least getting more people to play it. The long walk back to get people to check it out or reinstall it. They'll be like, hey, I haven't played Halo multiplayer in a while. Let's go see what's going on. Because it's tough out there, man. You got so many games fighting for your attention. You got so many, not only the games and single-player games and games as a service, but you're inundated with, hey, watch this show on Netflix. Watch this on Hulu. There's so many things fighting for your time that it's not just like other games that are competing against Halo. It's literally everything else in your life.
Yeah.
So they came out of the gate strong. I will never take that away from them. Like Halo Infinite launch, great experience, great game. It just they weren't ready to do the whole live service game, which is tough. A lot of games don't really. Their beginnings of a live service, like the very start of it, they aren't very good. They don't got a lot of content. They don't know what the community wants, and clearly, Halo Infinite might be the best example of how not to launch a games as a service. Because even though the game played as tight and as great as you could possibly want a Halo game, the complaints were, I hate the battle pass and the challenges. I feel like I'm getting sucked dry with the monetization. Why does everything cost money? This is bad. This is bad. And then the honeymoon period for Halo sort of wore out, and then people are like, all right, where's more content? And then content didn't come, and they kept on pushing the seasons back, and they kept on delaying things. And you look at how many people are playing on PC at any given time, and it's super low, and you look at where it's positioned on the Xbox chart, and it's like in the 20s. It's a little bit higher now. I think it's in like the 15s, but like for a Halo game, it should never be that low. So, people say now it's like, all right, yeah, this is kind of the beginning. We can see a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. You just got to keep with it. And I wonder if Xbox was just like, all right, clear the decks, got rid of everybody that was a problem, or, basically standing in way of whatever, standing in the way of change, of monetization change, of content, or what have you. We have new leadership. Do what you need to do to make Halo great again, right?
Yeah.
It's like, do what you have to do, because it's like, if you don't, then as a franchise, it's lessened. So like, even if you just stop now and make Halo Infinite 2, are people going to be excited for Halo Infinite 2? Probably not, because they're going to have that sour experience of Halo Infinite 1. So I wonder if they're just like, don't worry about the monetization stuff, do what you have to do, and get people excited about Halo again. And this is kind of the beginning of it.
I think like, it's something Halo fans called for, right?
Yeah.
Like, I saw that all the time. Like, something needs to change, leadership needs to change, the direction, the plan needs to change. I'm pretty sure you said that, like, as a Halo fan on the show before, and a lot of other Xbox commentators said that kind of stuff. I always defer to you guys because I'm not a big Halo fan. I don't really follow Halo. I've got Brendan Lowry in Windows Central. He's our Halo guy, so I don't really have to pay much attention to it. But like, I always wanted better for Halo for my Xbox peeps, for you guys, and it certainly seems like when Bonnie Ross was, when Bonnie Ross stepped down, shall we say, I felt like there was some trepidation. There was like, oh god, this just proves everything was a mess and it's never going to get better, blah 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 blah. But it really does seem like they're turning the corner with it now. Really does seem like there's like there's like a glimmer of hope, like a light at the end of the tunnel, like you said. So I think that's I think that's it's probably a good thing. It sucks that it couldn't have worked out otherwise, but I guess at the end of the day, what matters is the product, and if the product ends up better as a result of this, then customers hopefully getting what they pay for.
And as an aside,
this
isn't about Halo Infinite, and I don't know if he's here, but shout out to the one and only Miles Dampier if he's here.
He is here.
He is here. Good. Because I'm gonna bring it up since he's here. I was invited. Miles has got a new channel, which you guys should all subscribe to, because I love Miles. He's a great guy, right? I love talking to him about Xbox. And he invited me on for one of his new shows, Tier Throwdown, which is an interesting idea about ranking stuff from S tier to F tier, right? But he made a mistake. He invited me on to talk about OG Xbox games. And Jez, I don't know how many times I've explained on the show. I got an OG Xbox in 2004. The OG Xbox wasn't my thing. I was a PlayStation guy, right? So I didn't really experience a lot of what the OG Xbox had. So I'm the wrong person to ask to come on and rate all the OG Xbox exclusives, because I didn't have a lot of time with that system. But anyways, I'm a trooper. I help Miles out. I love talking to him, right? I was supposed to be on the show the week before when he was talking about the Game Awards, but I couldn't because family was here and Colt Eastwood filled in for me. So okay, we're rating the exclusives. And we finally come to Halo Combat Evolved. And I gotta say, I'm getting harassed over Twitter on this, Jez. People are coming at me. Luckily, I got a thick skin. People, it's one of the things they realize, that people don't really expect other people's opinions. You know what I mean? So it came down to rate. And I've mentioned this before on this show, I don't know how many times. I've said before, I don't really care for Halo CE, and I've played that game like 5 times. I'm a achievement hunter, especially during the 360 days, the early Xbox One days. I played it on the OG Xbox release. I played it on the 360 Anniversary Edition. I played it again in the Master Chief Collection. It's not like I haven't played it. I've played it multiple times. But to me, I didn't really care for it. I can make excuses about why I didn't care for it. I played it 3 years after it came out. Other games that started copying from it. Half-Life 2 was better, what have you. I didn't understand what was so special about Halo. It's like, you go through the levels.
Half-Life 2 is bad?
Half-Life 2 is a million times better than Halo CE. Dude, are you serious?
I remember having arguments in the playground about this. What was better between Half-Life and Halo? I mean, I actually I wrote a song about it. My teenage band, we wrote a song about what was better between Halo and Half-Life. It was such a big discussion. And of course, Half-Life's better.
I mean, Half-Life 2 is better, Halo 2 is better than the Half-Life games, but, Half-Life 2 is better than Halo CE. I mean, Half-Life's one of my favorite franchises.
Half-Life is so wasted, though.
So I
so wasted.
It is wasted as a franchise. Damn Valve for making all the money they could possibly want making Steam. Damn them. And then finally making a new Half-Life and making it VR only. Oh, damn you, Valve.
Damn you.
So, whatever. I played it 3 years later. Other games started to copy it. So when I played it before Halo 2, I was kind of like, I don't really see why people like this game, right? It's like you go through the levels and you go through them backwards, whatever. It's like, this isn't, whatever. And so we were coming down to what to rate the game. And I was like, you know what? This is going to be a little spicy. Because I don't know if Miles has heard my take about Halo before, Halo CE. I was like, I'm going to give it a B tier. And he about had a freaking heart attack, Jez. Like, live on the show, he basically had a heart attack. He's like, what?
Oh, dear.
This is S tier, right? And it was like, whatever, fine. Put it in the S tier. Like, I'm not going to fight for you not to or compromise to put it in A. I know how people feel about Halo, right? CE. I know without Halo CE that the Xbox platform wouldn't be what it is. It wouldn't exist and all that stuff. Like, I understand how people view that game and that franchise on that level. So I'm not like gonna push my opinion as the definitive one. So it's like, fine, put it in the S tier. I know that's how most people think about Halo CE. But you know what? Little old Rand, like, I didn't really care for it. So I put it in the B tier. Oh, right. And then Miles had to put this out on Twitter with the retweet, right? He had to clip it, and I'm just constantly getting notifications about how wrong I am and how pathetic I am and all this stuff, and it's just like,
wow, that's harsh.
It is very harsh. Miles I'm gonna have to bill him. I'm gonna have to bill him for my BetterHelp thing. I have to talk to a therapist at BetterHelp to get over all this.
betterhelp.com/XB2.
Because I was like, look, Halo 2 is a million times better than Halo CE. Halo 2 is triple S tier. And then at the end, when we had all the games rated and we had to pick the number one S tier game, I was like, it's Halo 2, and I won't be pushed around in this. And Miles is like, no, it's Halo, because Miles doesn't like Halo 2 as much as Halo CE. And I'm like, well, you're crazy. Halo 2 is a significantly better game. And then I rated the games. I'm like, listen, you want me to rate the games? It's Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo Reach, Halo Infinite, Halo ODST, then Halo CE. Halo CE is like the back of the tier. It's hardly above Halo 4 and Halo 5 to me, right? But Miles, of course, was like, fine. So Halo 2 was number one, as it should be, as it deserves, because it is the definitive original Xbox game. It is one of the greatest games of all time. Not Halo CE. So, yeah.
Do you want to hear my take?
It's a Lego game, I guess. It'll be your take.
All of Halo's bad.
That's not true, sir. Says the guy who just bought a $700 statue of Lilith. All of Halo's bad. Okay.
Well, Diablo, earns the right to have a $650 statue. Halo doesn't.
Halo's not... Diablo's never been on the same level as Halo. Ever.
Now that's a bad take.
Diablo's
I'm telling you, right? Diablo is a franchise, right? That can have a $650 statue. Halo isn't, because nobody will buy a $650 statue of Halo because nobody likes it that much. You're
wrong. You're wrong, and I think everybody's going to tell you you're wrong.
Oh well.
Anyways,
let's move on.
Gold Shell. Jez, buy what you want. It's your money. Yeah, it's your money, Jez. You buy what you want.
Damn right, Will.
We have a message here from Flame, who's a member for 18 months. Says, Jez is really trying to justify that sculpture right now. I'm sure he would also buy those 3 grand anime girl figurines if he couldn't get caught. You know he would. You absolutely know he would.
Yeah, maybe, baby. I do.
Dead Planet says, says, Rand, get a leather-bound Stormlight Archive book. I have the leather-bound Stormlight Archive book. I spent $200 on Way of Kings. I have the leather-bound Elantris. I have leather-bound Warbreaker. I have leather-bound Mistborn and leather-bound Hero of Ages and leather-bound Wall of Ascension. I have all of Brandon Sanderson's books leather-bound. and each one of those is $100 outside of Way of Kings, which is $200. So I've spent some money on my books, and I want to be able to like display them maybe in future videos podcasts where one might be on camera, because I got a lot of books. In fact, I just finished one last night. The 5th book in the Sun Eater series, Ashes of Man by Christopher Rocchio, tore my heart apart, bro. My heart was broken. I was shedding tears, man. I was shedding tears. He destroyed my soul. It's the penultimate book. I think the best sci-fi series going on right now is the Sun Eater. And if you have, if you want something great to read, go pick up the first book, Empire of Silence.
Dude, no. There's not even any pictures in that book, man.
Doesn't matter. There's pictures in the other books I'm talking about.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it a manga?
I mean, no, but like, considering you pay so much, illustrated editions, but they put pictures in there.
Lame. I don't know.
Space Dovakin says, "Come on, guys, just leak the Xbox showcase already." There's nothing to leak currently, just rumors floating around and stuff like that. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. We'll talk about that. Ermi says, "Rand, will you do usual holiday sales video? Count on sales on?" Yeah, the count on sales on. I haven't done any of those holiday video sales because all the games are all the same exact thing. Like the games that are on sale are always the exact same, and they're always almost the same exact price drop. So I was just kind of like, I feel like I'm making the same video. So I've stopped doing it. But I doubt I'll make a holiday sales video, because I don't know. I didn't feel like it was needed anymore. And I didn't like doing it. I basically didn't like doing it because I felt like I was repeating myself way too much. And I don't like that. Massel says, "Rand, where are the wedding photos?" What?
How are you talking about you love repeating yourself?
I don't love repeating myself. Did I say I did?
No, I said it.
Oh. Massel says, "Rand, where are the wedding pictures?" I don't have any pictures from the wedding. I took my selfie when I was at the wedding, and I posted on Twitter. As far as like official wedding photos, I haven't seen any of those, and when I do see them, I probably won't post them. But maybe I will eventually down the road. Achievement says, "Just roll credits and High on Life during the show." Congrats.
Nice.
You gotta let us know what you think. What else we got here? We got Sean Kramer's been a member for 7 months. Says, "Jez, can you please defend the honor of S tier Halo CE against this man, Rand?" On the real, great show with Miles. Thanks for doing it, Rand.
You're asking the wrong guy to defend Halo.
I was about to say.
You think Rand's... Yeah, you think Rand's takes of Halo are bad? You don't even want to know my takes on Halo. And, oh, man. I'm a Gears guy. Put it that way, shall we?
Hey, Supernova says, "Is Avowed developing well? Do we expect news about it soon?" What do you think, Jez? I mean, you've heard the most about Avowed. Can you give people a rundown of what you heard about Avowed? So people that tune in who haven't heard about it or haven't heard about it recently.
I haven't heard anything much about it recently since like my very old leak from back in the day about like sort of like the gameplay that we got leaked to us. But yeah, I haven't really heard much about it, beyond some of the vague rumors that are out there. But I do think we'll probably start hearing a little bit more about it probably pretty soon. It's going to be part of the speculation when we talk about this rumored upcoming Xbox event,
Yes. Yeah, what about the whole stuff that it's been rebooted?
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is pretty old news, actually. That news that it was rebooted came from the same cache of information that I had, and that's from almost, God, it's well over a year ago now. Maybe almost. We're approaching 2 years on that information. So yeah, it kind of was It kind of was rebooted, but not like in the sense that they scrapped everything and started over, which I think is what people assume when they hear the word rebooted. What happened was, from what I understand, is they literally said this, like in a audio that I was able to hear via sources. They were basically explaining that they were kind of trying to do too much, and they're trying to be too ambitious, and then they sort of sat down and discussed the reality that they don't have a team as big as Bethesda, and they don't have a team, as big as 343 for developing, this game this time around. So some of the aspects that they were trying to bake into it, they put to the side, and they decided to make something a little bit more focused, a little bit more, effective. And then they said like in this audio, they were saying like, once we did that, the development on the game started flowing a lot better. So it sounds like they did have some trouble nailing down exactly how big the scope of the game was going to be. For example, I heard that they were actually looking at multiplayer for Avowed.
Oh,
for example,
like multiplayer as in, I would have taken not like PvP, but like co-op.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the nature of the multiplayer in Avowed, whether it was PvE or whether it's PvP, but I'm pretty sure it would have been co-op. I mean, the gameplay that I saw, it makes more sense that it would have been co-op. I don't know if that's still there. I don't know if co-op's been scrapped as part of this sort of pruning effort. But that's something they were exploring potentially for the game, I believe. And it's sort of like, but like pretty much all games go through that iterative process where it's like, what are our ambitions for this game? How much will we try and get in there? And I do think co-op was part of that process. I don't know if it's still there. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. My expectation would be that it isn't anymore, but I could be wrong. It could still be there. I mean, that's one of the things we need to wait and find out about. But it was definitely something they were at least considering at one point. So, yeah, it's sort of we're all anxious to hear more about Avowed. It's one of those sort of pillar franchises, I think, for Microsoft. Pillars of Eternity, it's a great franchise. Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2 are amazing games. Two of my favorite games, even though I never actually fully finished Pillars 1 yet, because I just keep running into some random issues with it. I'm just going to give up and play the Steam version, I think, which is the most polished version of the game, from what I understand. And also, you can get mods which fix any game-breaking bugs, of which there are many across Xbox and the UWP version of the game. But reimagining Pillars as a sort of more modern game, because CRPGs are great and I do love them, but like I'm quite cognizant of the fact that they're not for everyone. A lot of people, they don't want to play CRPGs. They don't like that gameplay formula, that format. And I think like making it a first-person action game or first-person RPG is the kind of format you need to bring it to a wider audience. And I think it's going to be a big deal. I think like if they nail it, and based on what I've seen, it looks like they are nailing it. I'm pretty excited for it.
All right. Well, thanks for that info. I'm sure next week somebody will ask you about it again, but you can just always point back, hey, listen to the last week's episode where we talked about this and the timestamp stuff. So, which, by the way, I hope everybody's enjoying the timestamps for those that want to use it. I know people were on us about timestamps, especially considering the show got longer. We started adding more Patreon stuff, like the questions at the end. So hopefully people are enjoying, skipping around if they need to, or finding the things that they want to listen to. So,
yes.
Because Jez is doing that. You've basically given up playing Overwatch 2 during the show, or games during the show, so you can actually focus on doing timestamps.
Yes. So I have sacrificed my weekly Overwatch session to make sure we have good timestamps.
That's right.
That's important.
Dead Planet in the Super Chat says, Crystal Ball time. Will Gear 6 be called Gear 6? And does it end up feeling like a safe sequel like 5? Or more hive-bustery with new ideas and enemies? Well, since you're the Gears expert, Jez, I have my opinion on this. I want to know, from a Gears fan like you, what do you want from Gears 6?
I do want. I've actually been planning an article around what I want from Gears 6 for a really long time, so it's probably something I'll write over Christmas or something. But I really do want them to really, I don't know, go back to the drawing board on basically everything, because we've basically been playing the same game for like a million years. Like it's got all the same animations, it's got all the same moves. Like there's very very little variance between Gears 1 and Gears 5 in terms of, the minute to minute gameplay. They added a knife, and I just couldn't help but think, like, why are you giving me an epoxy little knife when I've got a chainsaw? I literally have a chainsaw right here. Why are you giving me a knife? So I think a lot of this stuff needs to be rethought and repackaged and reimagined for modern audiences. And I kind of feel like that's what they're going to do with Gear 6. And I think this is why we haven't really heard much from the Coalition for a really long time. I think they're trying to find that next level for Gears. I think they're trying to find, like, what is the modernization of Gears? What does it look like, And that's personally where I hope they go with it. I want to see, the melee combat expanded. I want to see, the chainsaw actually used more than scripted insta kill. I think it'd be cool if I could slash people with the chainsaw. Expand all that stuff. I think there's like a huge amount of potential, and that's where I'd like to see them go with it. Double down on the stuff with Jack. Double down on the wider open areas. Double down on all that stuff. Just give us more stuff in the campaign, and then I suppose, like, with regards to multiplayer, I think, like, they need to keep the classic gameplay that people really like for multiplayer, but I think, like, Horde mode has, like, so much potential as well. They could add destructible environments or more destructive barricades and stuff like that. But I think they really screwed up Horde mode in Gears 5. Like, Horde mode felt great when you turtled up in a corner with tons of turrets and you're just mowing down tons and tons of enemies, defending a single point. And I felt like Horde mode in Gear 6 was kind of lame when they added, like, the gameplay where you had to move around the map. And in the end, people just stopped enjoying or stopped bothering to build anything. And it kind of defeated the point of Horde mode for me at that point. So I think, like, there's, like, loads of potential in some of that stuff. I would scrap escape mode completely. Like, it was a fun experiment, but it was just like, who cares about this? So yeah, I kind of want new ideas. I do want more horror. I think they should maybe ramp up the maturity of the game even more. So yeah, that's kind of my thought on it. And no, I haven't played Gear 6. This is all just speculation. But what do you think? What was your ideas for Gear 6?
I mean, I think, well, as far as the name, basically it's like he's saying, should they keep the naming the same, call it Gear 6, or go back to Gears of War, right? So I'm gonna ask you, how do you feel?
Oh, okay.
Do you want it to be Gear 6, or should they go back to Gears of War 6? Should they put the name
I
back
think,
in
like,
the title?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I suppose, like, I always thought it was weird that they took the Gears, just made it Gears 6. I always thought that was kind of weird.
Or you mean Gears
to
5?
Start with?
When they just
Yeah, Gears
took it
5.
out for,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of like, what are they doing this for? And I think their reasoning was something weird. It was something like, well, everyone just calls it Gears anyway. It's like, yeah, but still, it's meant to be Gears of War, isn't it? But anyway, I don't know. Either's fine for me, I guess. But what do I think they'll do? I suppose it depends on the format of the game. If it is going to be some sort of soft reboot, given the fact that they've been really quiet, I don't know. I think going back to Gears of War might sort of hit that nostalgia feel a little bit, maybe, and sort of, make people think, like, oh, they're doubling down on the stuff that makes Gears great or something. I don't know. I suppose it depends ultimately what the game will look like. But I don't have a crystal ball, which I really need a crystal ball to answer that probably. But what do you think?
See,
What do you
my
think,
thing
Rand?
is like, I feel like Gears has been around such a long time now that it sort of needs a shakeup. And this is why one of the reasons why I'm always kind of on the train of let Coalition do something new, or looking forward to like a new IP they're making, because like with Gears, as good as it is, and it's still great, like Gears 5 was fantastic, right? The problem with Gears is it has to play a certain way, it has to look a certain way, it has to feel a certain way, right? It has to have the whole roadie run and all these sort of things. Like, I feel like they're sort of shackled by what people expect from Gears. Like, it has to be like this. And so when they finally started to do things a little bit differently, like adding an open world for the first time, they were kind of like, oh, do we go full? And it's like, no, they kind of just like dipped their toe in. So you have this open world which you can kind of explore in, but there's not really much to explore because all the areas that you can go into require you to to like basically shimmy through some rocks, like you posted on Twitter about main character loading new areas, right? So it's like,
there's really that tweet blew up.
Did it blow up? No, I didn't see it blew up. It blew up.
9,000 likes.
Whoa, damn. So I sort of feel like, all right, I want you to go balls to the wall. I want you to like, if you're not going to take Gears back to its roots and kind of be linear horror experience, if you're going to really go back and do the open world stuff, then I want you to like actually do full open world stuff. Not this like half measure, let me stick my big toe into the pool, see if it's okay, right? But I think the problem with Gears in open world is simply it's the movement. Like the Gears movement and the roadie run and stuff in linear levels is fine, but in an open world it's really not. Because nobody wants to roadie run and have the camera shake and be really low when you're trying to explore like something in an open world. It's just not fun. It doesn't fit. So maybe they need to make some changes to that. And I want to see them to do more arcadey stuff like they did in Hivebusters with the different abilities for each of the characters. You know, why not go that way? Although I guess you could say, well, that's not as like gritty, right? You know, where it's like, oh, well, you're trying to tell this really emotional, dark story with Kate and, you know, what's going on with Marcus and everybody, that like having arcade power-ups that you can drop maybe kind of ruin the feel of that experience to a certain degree. But I really enjoyed Gears Hivebusters. So for me, I just want them to experiment. I want them to go the full way instead of doing half measures. And I personally, I wouldn't be upset if they went back to Gears of War 6 as the name. I understand everybody just calls it Gears, but it felt like the time to change it to just Gears would have been with the reboot with 4. It would have been like that first game, Gears 4. But, you know, they didn't. So, I don't know. They have a lot of time. I don't think we'll see Gears anytime soon, realistically, right? It's not like I don't think it's coming out anytime soon, which is fine. I'm all for that team basically looking at it and being like, what do we want to do with this? What do we want to change? What are things we need to do to spice up the franchise? Because you go and you look at it, it's like, goddamn, like it's been a Gears game every 3 to 2 years since 2006. You know, Gears 1 in 2006, Gears 2 in 2008, Gears 3 in 2011, Gears Judgment.
I remember all these dates.
Because I'm good with that. Gears Judgment in 2013, Gears Ultimate in 2015, Gears 4 in 2016, with then Gears 5 in 2019, right? Like, you basically have had a new Gears game every 3 years for the most part, and that doesn't really allow a lot of innovation in the field or to do extra things or whatever, because you're constantly, you know, not only did you do campaign and co-op and the horde and the multiplayer, which is a big task, now it's just like it feels like maybe you aren't getting everything out of it that you should be able to. So we should have had a new Gears game this year if they had kept on that same cycle, and they're not. And the Coalition has said, hey, by the way, don't expect us to announce anything anytime soon. I think that was a couple years ago. So I would not. I would be personally okay with them not releasing a new Gears until like 2025. Right? Even if they're working on something new in the meantime, right? Like, let people percolate on some ideas how to maybe change Gears, or at least evolve Gears for a new generation, because it's basically been the same game since 2006. You know, and I think we've mentioned before, like, it's like, hey, maybe it's time to end the franchise. You know, things have to come to an end. Right?
No.
And there are some Gears players on Twitter or whatever that really didn't like that take, but I feel like...
I don't like it.
I know you don't like that take, but I feel like it has to be evolved. Like, you can't just release the same thing consistently and hope for, you know, better results than last time, because people are only going to sort of lose interest over time. Like, every franchise has the peaks and the valleys, right? Like, you have the interest and it goes all the way up, and then you're at the top of the franchise, and then boom, you start sliding down, and then you got to do something drastic to get people interested again. So, you know, what is the Coalition going to do? And they deserve this break, honestly, because they carried the Xbox One generation on their freaking back. Them and Moon Studios. Like, if it wasn't for them, I don't know, the Xbox One gen would have been like, what's going on here? Where are the games? You know, like, the Coalition were someone you can trust to put out an incredible experience. So, you know, I've no doubt that they're going to put out something amazing whenever they do reveal Gear 6 and whenever it does launch. So, yeah. We have another super chat here from Curtis Tate. This is an interesting one, Jez. What is your favorite childhood gaming memory? Do you have one?
That's an interesting one. Childhood gaming memory. I mean, I'd have to say playing Final Fantasy VII for the first time, probably. Like, I think Final Fantasy VII, I've said it before, but Final Fantasy VII was the game that took gaming from a hobby to like a passion for me. I was like, oh wow, I didn't know games could be like this. You know, I've talked about it before, so I won't go on about it. But I was just kind of like, Final Fantasy VII absolutely blew my mind on PlayStation 1. And I was just like, the writing's just amazing. I love these characters. I never really experienced anything like that, you know. I was just obsessed with the characters, and I couldn't believe the twists and turns in the story. So yeah, Final Fantasy VII, playing that and completing that for the first time is probably my fondest gaming memory. How about you, Rand?
People are going to get on me for this, but a lot of my early gaming memories revolve around Nintendo. I know.
Wait a minute.
Me and Nintendo.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Please. Oh my God. Yeah. No, I mean, obviously you talk about childhood. I mean, it's the NES. It's maybe the Genesis, right? So for me, the NES, thinking about playing Punch-Out, seeing it for the first time, playing it with my dad, watching my dad play it, trying to beat Mike Tyson, playing Legend of Zelda, right? Going over to my buddy's house and him like using the bomb to open up the secret path in the forest, or maybe it was the rocks or whatever. Playing Turtles on the NES. Like, those experiences like still stand out vividly in my mind. Going up to Wisconsin, where we had a cottage and friends that lived up there, and playing Super Mario Brothers, teaching their kids how to, go through the game and beat it, right? A lot of great childhood memories with the Nintendo system. And then when you move up to like Genesis, I remember there was a game on the Genesis. It was a Terminator game, but it was the Genesis port of the arcade shooter. If you guys remember that arcade Terminator 2 shooter, you know what I'm talking about, Jez?
Oh, dude, that's probably before I was born, mate.
Maybe. But I me and my brother would literally play that game like almost like once every other day. Like we'd be eating dinner, like our parents would cook dinner, we'd be eating like mashed potatoes and chicken nuggets or whatever, and he'd look at me and I'd look at him and he'd be like, "It's time to save the world again, John Connor." And I'd be like, "Let's go." And then we go downstairs and we'd start playing through Terminator and beating it, and we would play that constantly. So I have some great memories of that, like Final Fantasy being one of them, of course. You know, that was obviously I was like, I think I was in 8th grade around that time, and it was yeah, like I remember that. But most of my childhood gaming memories revolve around Nintendo and being around family, being around like young friends at that time, and playing through it and just experiencing gaming for the first time ever, really. And then the stuff with my brother always sticks out in my mind as well, as things that, like, even now I can just picture, like, running downstairs, getting the controllers, and just saving the world again, you know. So the T1000, you know, couldn't kill John Connor and stuff. And yeah, I mean, those are my favorite gaming childhood memories. So thank you for that, by the way. That was a good interesting question. Space Dovakin says, is Fable really on problems, or are people just banking on playground silence? Well, this was a topic, but I figure, you know what, since you asked the question and it is a topic, I get into it because, Jez, you wrote in your scathing article about Xbox's no-show at the Game Awards that there's
it wasn't that scathing, was it?
It was pretty scathing. It was pretty scathing. I mean,
was it scathing?
I mean, Ryan, you and Ryan McCaffrey had a 1-2 punch going on there about some things. But you mentioned Fable, and you mentioned like the problems that Halo had because instead of going with a industry-supported engine like Unreal or whatever, it had Space, which, you know, people say has some issues. Also, Fable, which is using Forza tech, but was... Well, I'll let you explain. So what have you heard about Fable? Because people have taken your article and are now writing concern articles, like from WCCF Tech and Game Rant and others places that, you know what? This goes to the whole Xbox doesn't know what they're doing. Xbox has problems. Fable is having issues, Jez. So set the record straight. What's going on?
Yeah, so, I mean... This kind of like got blown out of proportion, I think, because it's not the point I was trying to illustrate with that. I wasn't like saying Fable's having issues and problems. Every game has problems during development. Every game has hurdles they have to overcome and stuff like that. But what I was doing was I was using what I'd heard to illustrate the fact that, you know, Microsoft sort of like has this sort of, I don't know what you call it, corporate political debt almost, where like sometimes things that are better for a game and its development just doesn't happen because of Microsoft's corporatism, you know. And it's just sort of like this whole idea that, you know, Skype's a good example. Like Microsoft bought Skype. Right, Skype was the biggest voice chat platform in the world. It was industry leader. It was way ahead of everyone else in the game. And then out of nowhere, Discord pretty much came and ate its lunch. You know, at least with consumers. I mean, Microsoft Teams has become pretty big with businesses, but you could argue that's only because it's bundled for free with, you know, Office 365 or whatever. But yeah, Discord just sort of walked in and ate Skype's lunch. Meanwhile, Skype was sort of like floundering, adding in features nobody really wanted, rebooting the app's code base multiple times repeatedly, while ignoring like the fact that Discord was just plowing ahead, taking, you know, constantly iterating at a breakneck speed, because Discord's a startup, right? Discord's a startup. So it's sort of like, it had this sort of nimbleness that a big corporation doesn't have, right? So my point was that it sounded to me like there was some contention from what I heard that some people wanted Fable to use a different engine, like they wanted it to use Unreal Engine or something established. And we heard these rumors about Halo, for example, potentially looking to switch from the Sleep Space engine to Unreal Engine. And I think I talked about this on the show as well, that I think those rumors weren't necessarily representative of something that's going to happen, but more actually representative of something some people at Microsoft are trying to will into existence by sharing it with influencers and stuff to try and sort of force change there, And I heard similar things about Fable, that there was a lot of people who wanted to use Unreal Engine rather than Forza Tech, because Forza Tech is not designed for an RPG. It's not, or it wasn't before. Forza Tech had no system for combat. They've had to add that in. They've had to bolt that in. And it's kind of like, why wouldn't you just use Unreal Engine, especially in a universe where so much of game development is done by contract workers, right? So and Microsoft has this policy. It doesn't affect Fable as much as Halo, because I think the policy is different in the UK than it is in Washington State. So the whole contractor angle doesn't affect Fable as much as it does Halo, but it's also still has some impact when you think about this. Why would you not use an established engine like Unreal that has all these features you want to have to make an RPG? And also, it's an industry standard engine that wouldn't require any sort of training or internal tools. Why would you go with your own technology, which doesn't even have a system for combat or a system for RPG mechanics and all this kind of stuff? You're basically having to hack the engine together before you can actually make the game. And that's kind of like what's going on what was going on with Fable. But that's not some kind of grand revelation. I don't know why it became a whole thing, like, oh my god, Fable has engine problems, because of course it doesn't have a system for combat. It's a racing game engine. It's not called Fable Tech, is it? It's called Forza Tech. How many combat scenarios have you experienced in Forza? Zero. So it's not some sort of grand revelation that it doesn't have a system for combat or a system for whatever. And it's no kind of grand revelation that of course they've got to add these systems and features in. Like, I haven't heard that them adding those features is going badly. I'm just saying, my point was that it's added to the lead time of us having to wait for the game to be finished, because they've got to do all this extra stuff. And also, to extrapolate, that we've heard the engine blamed constantly with regards to Halo Infinite. Like, people constantly blaming the engine, the whole situation with the contractors, which again isn't such a factor with Fable because it's being developed in the UK. But so that's kind of where that came from. It wasn't an expose. It wasn't meant to be like, oh god, the game has problems and it's doomed, because this is just sort of comments that I've had over the years with regards to Fable's development and why it seems to be slow. It's because they're building a whole ass engine for it, and it kind of makes you wonder, like, who's making these kind of decisions? Why wouldn't they go with Unreal Engine? Why wouldn't they go with something established? Especially in the time where they've got they're dying for content and they're dying for games. Why don't they just go with something established? Yeah, costs money to use Unreal Engine, and it costs a lot of money, if the game ends up being successful. But at the same time, if the game ends up being successful, then maybe it was worth spending the money. But if you spend an extra however many years developing an engine to make this game a reality, and Microsoft hasn't really shown itself to be particularly great, at delivering AAA games on their own engines in recent years. It just kind of makes you wonder, right? And that's the problem with this. A lot of it is sort of just like, and that's the point of the article, is we're left wondering constantly because they're so lacking in any sort of transparency with regards to any of this stuff. They've only just started really doing blogs for with regularity for Starfield. And I think we talked about it last week, or we talked about it on Xbox 2 Ultimate on the Patreon. Where like we don't know a damn thing about this game, Meanwhile, you've got Diablo with the launch date, you've got Street Fighter 5 with the launch date, and Starfield and Redfall are supposed to be launching in the same time frame, and we still don't have a launch date for these things, which is going to lead us into our next topic about the rumored Q1 event, which I also put out there, just to brag a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it might not be true, so maybe I shouldn't brag yet. That wasn't me saying, oh, Fable's having development problems, because every game has developmental problems. It was just kind of illustrative of the question mark hanging over some aspects of Microsoft's strategy, which seems to be slow paced, should we say. And I'm gonna write another article about this soon, with a focus on Minecraft, because that's another question I've got about Microsoft's priorities when it comes to this stuff. Where's the Xbox Series S and X version of Minecraft? I think it's ridiculous that Sony's out here remastering games from like a couple of years ago, and we can't even get shaders on Minecraft on Microsoft's flagship platforms. That kind of stuff, It's like questioning the strategy and questioning the priorities. Like, why would they prioritize using Forza Tech for an RPG which doesn't have RPG systems in it?
I'll tell you why.
Go on then.
Politics.
Politics?
Yeah, internal politics, 100%.
So give me your take then.
I mean,
your take, man.
The reason Playground would be using Forza Tech instead of something like Unreal probably comes down to, like I said, politics. They're tightly interwound with Turn 10, the makers of Forza, the Forza Tech engine, and the Forza franchise. And they probably feel like it would be a bad thing for them to use another engine other than their own. So they're probably pressured into using Forza Tech rather than using another engine for Fable. Like, if I had to guess, that's the reason why. It's all political pressure from, probably people at Turn 10 who might be helping with Fable or what have you. That would be my guess. Simply political pressure. Internal political pressure.
I think that's probably a good guess, to be honest. Yeah. It's annoying, And again, some of it comes down to lack of transparency. Like, we don't know.
There were rumors that they were going to use Unreal, and then it was like, no, we're using Forza. And them using Unreal wouldn't have been a big deal, because how many Xbox Game Studio games use Unreal? There's a whole bunch of them, from like Hellblade to State of Decay to, I think, Avowed's on Unreal, right? Even some of the Bethesda games, like Arcane ditched the Void engine for Unreal for Redfall, right? So one of the biggest customers for Epic's Unreal Engine is Xbox. They use Unreal for a lot of games, and I know somebody's probably going to put a list in chat of all the games that Xbox Game Studios has that is running on Unreal. So I was like, they're a good customer. Fable is going to be one of those games that's going to be huge, going to make a lot of money, blah, 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 blah. But it was just like, well, why Forza Tech? And it was just, I sort of feel it was just one of those things that they were kind of pressured into doing, simply because like Turn 10 and Playground are intertwined and stuff like that. So,
yeah, I don't know for sure if that's what happened. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say politics caused that to happen, but it's kind of like, it's one of them. It's like, I would not be surprised if that's the case, because I can't for the life of me understand why they're using a racing game engine to make an RPG. I ain't a dev, I'm not claiming to be a dev, but I've spoken to other devs who are like, I can't understand this, like, so I'm kind of deferring to them to some degree on this stuff, and I am interesting choices.
Yes,
interesting choices. But it could pan out. I hope it does for Microsoft's sake, because that's one of the big contentions of our time. Is like, where are the games, man? Still waiting. We're still waiting. Like, if we got Xbox achievements for waiting,
Jez, don't you dare, Jez.
Don't I dare what?
It's finish your thought. What were you gonna say? Xbox achievements for waiting. We'd all have 1,000 gamer score.
We'd all be the man with the million.
Damn. Jez coming in harsh right now. Tell us how you truly feel. Tell us how you truly feel, Jez.
I truly feel that we need some AAA exclusives. Please.
Do we?
Please. But it's not like it's been completely. It's not like we literally sat here this time last year, Rand, on this show talking about how 2022 was going to be horrible for first party.
Well, no, at this time last year, 2022 was like, man, with Starfield and Redfall, that's a pretty good year. And then you scatter in some other 3 games. It wasn't until Starfield and Redfall got delayed that we were like, there's nothing else for this year. Like, because it was before E3, and people are like, well, Xbox has to have something.
Really? Okay, well, I got my timelines mixed up, but we did talk about how it was going to be like a particularly not great year, and or a light year, for example, and then it just got lighter, I guess, and but thankfully, we did have Game Pass doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Like High on Life is really good. I've been playing it a little bit here and there. Really, really good game. And we had some other really great games hitting Game Pass, but it's kind of like why can't we have that as well as the other stuff? How many studios do you have, Microsoft, and why is it taking so long? We've been making excuses for years with the pandemic and whatever, and now it's time. Like patience is starting to wear thin, I think, across the community.
Is your patience wearing thin?
Well, my personal patience isn't wearing thin, because I got Warcraft.
Yeah, so you do got Warcraft.
I don't really care. But I sort of absorb the the frustration of the wider community. If I did have if I had more time, and I would personally be frustrated. I'm frustrated vicariously right now, and I just kind of want to see Microsoft deliver more. I'm frustrated professionally because we literally wrote in some of our analysis of our 2022 performance at work. And one of the things our audience team blamed was the lack of content out of Xbox. That was clickable. We can't write about some of the smaller games because there's nobody searching for them. We had some pretty big wins with Elden Ring and Persona 5, but a lot of this stuff is dude, like we did really, really great traffic on Persona 5. I was really surprised. So that game must have been really popular for Xbox.
I mean, it did reach pretty high. I was looking at the most played chart. It got up to like number 14.
Yeah, we wrote.
I mean, it did. I think it did pretty well.
Yeah, we wrote an article. 11. I think it was like 10 mistakes not to make in Persona 5 for new players on Xbox or whatever, and that did extremely well. It was a really, really high ranking article, and so it hasn't been like completely failed. But again, a lot of this is third party. A lot of it's third party. I dread to think of a universe where Elden Ring was exclusive to another platform. That would have really killed the year. But yeah. Personally, I still I'm still in a sort of mindset that they are going to deliver eventually. It's just painful waiting, and it's painful not knowing. Transparency. If they gave us more stuff at the Game Awards, and we talked about it last week, so I'm not going to go on about it. But if there was just more stuff at the Game Awards, I feel like it'd be easier to swallow. But like they're not even talking. They're not giving us. You got other companies out here giving us launch dates and giving us, developer diaries and raw in-game footage and all that kind of stuff. And we're getting very little from Xbox right now, but that could be intentional, as we're going to discuss in a minute.
Could be. So we got a super chat here from RDX Fest says if ABK doesn't go, Xbox should invest $1 billion into Halo and hundreds more devs for Halo. Let's make Halo great again. Let's see a new golden age of Halo. High on Life was awesome. Indeed, High on Life is awesome. I'll talk about that in a minute because I've played it for a little bit. Rebel Rain says, Rand, you should read the Red Rising series by Pierce Brown. It's amazing. I have read the first 3 books. It is amazing. I love the Red Rising series. There's a new book coming out next year. I haven't read book 4 or book 5, but yes, Red Rising is absolutely fantastic. Supernova says, are the artwork of the Gears world after Gears 3 from Cliffy hinting at his return to work on Gears, or is it just to share his thoughts? Yeah, Jez, you see Cliffy B was sharing like what he wanted to do with the Locust after Gears 3, like Locust with the wings and stuff.
Oh man.
Like pretty cool.
Yeah, I was stunned. I thought some of that stuff looked badass, and like thematically it really fit with the whole sort of, because part of the story of the Locust is that they're hyper adaptive, right? So like it was like the Locusts were adapting to new mediums. They were like learning to fly, and they were learning to become aquatic and like taking over different ecological niches with their evolution. I thought that was an awesome concept, and they kind of do explore it a little bit with the Swarm, but they're like recovering from the light mass bomb or whatever. So some of those like some of those themes do come through with the Swarm. That it's sort of like a continually evolving Locust, essentially. But man, Cliffy B, the Cliffy B Gears games are the best Gears games. Being completely honest with you, like I really like Gears 4 and 5, but you just can't beat the Cliffy B games. Gears 1 and 2 are amazing, and I would love to see Cliffy B return to work on that franchise. I really, really would. Because Rand, another prodigal son actually returned to a major franchise that I really like this week. I don't know if you saw this news at all.
Well, I think there's actually a super chat for it. It says, Highlander says, Jez, your thoughts on Chris Metzen's return to World of Warcraft? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Man.
Mm-hmm.
I squealed like a teenager at a pop concert.
No, you didn't.
I did. I actually I got almost a little teary-eyed. Dude, Chris Metzen is a legend. He's an absolute legend. He created this universe. He's the voice of Thrall, for God's sake.
Who's Thrall?
He still voices... Oh my God. Well, there's no accounting for taste with Rand, but yeah, Chris Metzen is an absolute legend. Created Warcraft, made Blizzard what it is, and he still worked on the game all these years through his retirement. Still doing voice acting for major characters. You've heard of Deathwing, surely?
What's Deathwing?
Well, anyway,
I don't know anything about World of Warcraft other than I remember the Lich King and like that trailer, and that's really about it. I don't know anything like the Horde and the Alliance. That's it.
Actually, Chris Metzen wasn't the voice of Deathwing, but never mind. He did voice loads of characters, and he does lots of voice work, and he's still providing like some stuff here and there. But the fact that he's been sort of announced, he's returning to Warcraft as a creative advisor, which is a huge deal, because I think like that's like that kind of, to me, that's Mikey Barra's doing. I kind of feel like that's Mikey Barra's doing. Because Mikey Barra is like this massive Warcraft fanboy as well. And I can just imagine that Mike was like, right, we got to get Chris Metzen back. Make Warcraft great again. And I kind of feel like Warcraft's in this weird place narratively right now, which is kind of something like Chris Metzen could probably solve as the original creator of the universe. And I kind of feel like maybe Cliff Bleszinski could do something similar for Gears. Sort of get Gears is like universe, sort of make it a little bit more focused, because it's become a little bit more character driven in recent years, which isn't a bad thing. And the originals were obviously character driven as well. But I kind of feel like the universe and the enemies, like place in the universe, the locust and all that kind of stuff, kind of like almost took a back seat, maybe. And some of it doesn't make a huge amount of sense, or it's not really explained very, very well. There's a lot of gray space, which I think, maybe they need someone with a lot of vision to fill in. But I don't know. The Gears 6 is going to have a new writer as well, because Gears 4 and 5 writer has moved on to another company, and so there's going to be a new writer for Gears 6 anyway. I think, or at least one of the writers moved on. I don't know the full list of writers, but yeah, I'm so happy. That's like the best Christmas gift ever. Chris Metzen coming back, the prodigal son. He's a legend. Chris Metzen is like bigger than Kojima to me. He's a god.
That is definitely a take.
He did all the original concept art. He's a genius. Chris Metzen is a genius in this industry, and he deserves way more recognition than he gets.
Yeah, I have no idea who he is, so sorry. Forever Game says Alex the Kid built into the Master System. Maybe that's his.
Oh yeah, I played that.
Yeah. We have Marco saying you go with your engine so you don't depend on other companies to be able to make your games. Some games on Unreal Engine is okay, but also makes sense to use Forza. That could be a reason.
That's fair. That's fair.
What else we got here? Dark CI has been a member for 40 months. Says, hi, wish you a happy end of the year. Enjoy your holiday season, guys. Funny, the topic is exactly my question 3 weeks ago. Why Xbox doesn't have in-house engines? Well, sometimes it's very hard to train people up on those because Xbox has that whole contractor situation. One of the reasons why Halo Infinite was kind of the way it was is because like you have all these people who spend all this time getting everybody up to shape on slip space, and then they have to leave because of the contract laws or contractor laws.
Yeah.
So it's like, But if you're Unreal and most of the industry people know Unreal and they know what they're doing, like you don't necessarily have to train people on the engine. So there is that. I don't know, like maybe I don't even know what I'm talking about because I'm not a game developer. I don't know anything about engines, so maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. But
we do that a lot.
Yeah, we do that a lot. I'm just a guy with the microphone, and Jez is just a dude who spends $700 on dolls, Diablo related.
It's not a dollar. Why is
anybody listening to what we have to say about any of this stuff? Because I don't know. It's a guess.
Dude, I'm so triggered that you.
I always wonder, like, if people from Xbox listen to the show or other people in the industry and you talk about this specific stuff, because this is one of the reasons I try to tend to avoid technical discussions about things because I just don't have a clue. Or they like listen to this and they just like, that's not how it works, Rand or Jez. What are you talking about? And it's because like I don't have that basis of knowledge.
Well, this is why I talk to devs,
Well, yeah.
Because I'm not a dev, and it's like, I journalistically, if I want to comment on these things, I need to have the right context with someone who actually does know what the hell they're talking about. But even that is like, sometimes it's just opinion. Like I'll speak to two different devs, and they'll give wildly different takes on a situation. So some of it is opinion, but I think game journalism would be better if, game journalists like myself understood game development a little bit better. But then again, if I did understand game development, I probably would be making games instead of writing about them.
Yeah. I feel like most it seems like the career path is like getting the game devs development and then or become a game journalist and then eventually like go work for a gaming company in some manner.
Nah, not for me.
Bro, I mean, you could, dude, I'm telling you'd be perfect for the community manager position for the Coalition. You should apply for Coalition. That, yeah. Be the community manager for Gears? Dude, you'd rock that. I mean, you tweet enough as is anyways. Bro, you could totally put a plan together. Oh, it'd be
dude,
great.
For me, I'm more afraid of the Gears community with regard to that. I think.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So yeah, I'll probably skip that one.
A Guns a Gun says, Jez, how many times you wrote an article about the ABK stuff and wish you'd wrote more articles about games?
Sorry, can you repeat?
He says, how many times have you wrote an article about the ABK stuff and wished instead you wrote more articles about games?
Well, I'll be completely honest with you. I actually prefer writing about the industry and the technology and the platform and the software more so than writing about games. Like I do like reporting news about games, but I don't like writing game reviews. I don't like telling people what they should and shouldn't like, for example. I like reporting the news. But I think like that ABK stuff, it's important news, so I actually don't mind reporting it because people are interested in it. If no one was clicking on it and I had to write about it regardless, then I'd be annoyed about it. But the fact that like loads of people are reading it, shout out to you guys, anyone who's reads my articles or shares them, then yeah, I'm happy with it. I like it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. People say they don't want to hear about it, but judging from views on YouTube and clicks on articles, they certainly do. They're lying.
Yeah, well,
right?
Well, I mean, it's at least for me, it's potentially a different audience because a lot of my traffic comes from via Google, and I think there is a lot of interest from the general public about what this means and where it's going for people who think like it's going to affect their access to Call of Duty. So I'm not even sure if it's like the regular kind of direct traffic kind of readers, people who click on articles out of my Twitter, for example. But I get a lot of Google traffic from this. And I think like there's a lot of interest in the general public about what this deal means. Even my stepdad was asking me about it. My stepdad ain't a gamer at all, So
yeah, my brother was talking about it, and my sister's new husband was asking me about it too. So it definitely is sort of reached into the casual sphere, I guess you would call it.
Yeah,
maybe.
My stepdad was like really confused that a video game company would be worth that much money. He's like, why are they paying this much for just a video game company? Because there's still that perception, I guess, amongst like some older people that gaming is just a sort of a toy. I think my stepdad certainly has that idea of gaming, but yeah, it's funny. It's all fun and games.
Yeah. Painful Discourse says, I play more than ever thanks to Game Pass. Gears is comfort food.
Gears is comfort food.
Jodicus says, do we think Xbox will be more communicative in 2023, or will it be more of the keep waiting as we've been subjugated to since the Series X and S launch?
God, I hope they do communicate more.
Well, they communicated a lot in 2021, if I recall. It wasn't.
I can't recall.
You have like the worst memory. It's almost like you've been smoking weed your whole life and you just don't have any memory anymore or something. You sure? You're okay?
I've actually never smoked weed, ever. I've never smoked anything actually. Which is weird considering how much other stuff I've done. But we'll save that for another.
You gotta save that for like Xbox Ultimate. Any of the Patreon members who have access to Xbox Ultimate, you should remember this and then ask Jez about it in a month from now or whatever.
Yeah, well, we won't go.
I mean, we know you've been part of a cult, so.
Yeah, I told the cult story on here before, but yeah, I do have a bad memory, really, really bad memory. But it's not drugs, unless I think it's just the internet. I think the internet's the reason I got a bad memory, because it's like I don't need to remember anything because I can just like look it up. I can look up a conversation, can find it on Google. So my brain's just kind of got to this point where it's like, yeah, we don't need to remember that, I remember things like Warcraft lore.
Of course you do.
But you asked me what happened in 2021. I literally cannot tell you. That was still the pandemic, 2021.
Yeah.
I was trapped in Britain. I couldn't visit my girlfriend for ages, for months, because I got trapped in Britain. I was visiting Britain when the lockdown started, so I got like trapped here for like ages. But yeah, I can't remember anything beyond that. So I got you to do my remembering for me, bro.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I remember a lot of stuff. Yeah, this year was. I mean, Xbox was like, "Hey, we're getting Activision Blizzard," and then like kind of like silence, and then it was like, "Hey, it's E3," and then it was like, "See you next year." And then, and then other like the Game Pass announcements every month and some of those things. It was mostly on the downside, mostly keeping quiet. I would imagine next year is going to be a little bit different. They do have actually some big games to ship. I mean, Starfield, I think, is going to be a big watershed moment for Xbox whenever that game releases. So the time to sort of really get out there and spread the gospel, I guess, is upcoming. So I would be shocked if they went back to their kind of silence. Because, I mean, like, leading up to launch of Series X, Xbox was like, they had something to talk about every single month. And people were like, where's Sony? Where's PlayStation? PlayStation's not speaking. They're not talking. And that's sort of reversed a little bit this year, where PlayStation was much more vocal, but the PlayStation had more games to really, at least bigger games to talk about and some other things. So, no, I'm expecting them to have more things to share next year. At least crossing my fingers. What else we got? Eric says, usually don't catch you guys live. Great show. Get to 100,000 subs, Rand. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. Yup says, why do people who hate Rollins' humor go on to rate a game where they hate the humor? It's like having a cat hater going on to rate Stray a 4 to 10. Whack. Yeah, so, I've been playing High in Life, and Jez has been playing it. It's the gameplay that's on screen. And I gotta say, I'm quite enjoying it. The gameplay is a lot more solid than I had initially thought after watching some of the trailers. Because you know how some of these games that are made by smaller devs, you're like, okay, well maybe you don't expect the shooting to be on par with like Call of Duty or whatever, but the shooting is quite good. I think. But obviously the big thing about this game is the humor. Now I'm a big fan of Rick and Morty, so I knew I'd like this game. I knew going into it, I was like, all right, there's going to be a lot of funny stuff here. And there is. I find myself listening to the conversations because a lot of like the humor is just straight up my alley, or watching a lot of the TV shows, that remind me a lot of the Rick and Morty stuff. But it's not reviewing very well. I think on Metacritic, the Xbox version has like a 59. Because I think there's like a 1 or a 2 and like a 3.
59?
It's a 59 on Metacritic, yeah. Because there's a few reviews that have rated it like lower than a 4 because they hate the humor. So because they hate the 59? Humor, go look right now.
That's just dishonest. That's just dishonest.
Well,
there's not a universe that exists where High in Life is below 6 out of 10. I'm sorry.
Well, apparently there is, because the ones who have trashed it are the people who I can't stand this humor. And because they can't stand the humor, the game is like a 3 or a 2 for them, which is absurd because a 3 or a 2 should be reserved for games that are like broken. There's nothing broken about High in Life. It's actually a very solid
wrong
game.
With the humor?
Some people just don't like the Rick and Morty humor,
What? But isn't Rick and Morty like huge?
Yeah, but because it's huge, it has its detractors. Whenever something gets super popular, you have people being like, it's not that funny, it's overrated, right? And then you had the fans with the whole Shenson sauce thing, the McDonald, so you have people whose whole personalities are based around, hating Rick and Morty. But yeah, if you go look at some of the reviews, they're like, it's soulless, I hate the humor, 2 out of 10, but it's like, dude, you don't know what a true 2 out of 10 is. High on Life is not a 2 on 10. From what I played of it, it's approaching an 8. Right now, I'd probably give it a 7.5. It's really solid. It's better than I expected. We'll see.
Yeah, I was thinking
when I get more guns and stuff, how the gameplay more evolves, and the story progresses. But I'm pleasantly surprised. Like, this is because sometimes Xbox picks these games to like showcase, and you're just like, like, remember when they led off 2020 with the first next gen game they showed? It was Bright Memory Infinite, and like it looked cool, but then Infinite came out, and it was a horrible game. Right? Sometimes Xbox just picks these games to kind of market or have on Game Pass that just aren't good. What was the one recently? Not Vampire Survivors, because Vampire Survivors is amazing, and it just released its new. Did you buy the DLC?
I know. The Vampire Survivors DLC.
Yeah,
No, I didn't.
Vampire Survivors DLC, $2. 13 new weapons, 8 new characters, a new stage, new achievements. Jez, you're not going to get into this? I
did see in the press release they said that they're charging an exorbitant fee of $2 for the DLC. I thought it was funny. And I'm going to get it, eventually. But I'm on that Warcraft train at the minute, so there's just nothing else in my life that exists right now except for Warcraft. And but yeah, I think I think it's ridiculous. I don't think that score is fair at all. Like, you're really gonna trash all the developers' hard work just because, I don't know, you don't like the humor. I don't know. I think that's weird. I think it's fine to criticize something if you don't like the humor. Like, for example, I would mark down Borderlands for its lack of humor. I think Borderlands has the worst writing in all of gaming. And I know that's going to offend some people, but I also wouldn't review Borderlands. I would give a writer who actually likes Borderlands in our team to review. So I would probably give High on Life to someone who actually likes Rick and Morty to review. I wouldn't review Borderlands because the humor makes me cringe. Like, I hate Borderlands. What passes for humor in Borderlands blows my mind. But everyone's different, people have different opinions. And I think even if I was reviewing a Borderlands, and I have reviewed games where humor was a big element and I didn't like the humor, but I can sort of empathize with others who might like the humor, and I'd be like, well, it's not for me, but I can see why someone else would enjoy it. I kind of did that with my Far Cry review. Like my recent, was it Far Cry 6, the most recent one? Like, I reviewed Far Cry 6. I put 30 hours into it or something, and I really had a bad time with it. But I just kept reminding myself that I'm just sick of these kind of games. So I was just putting myself in the shoes of someone who still likes those kind of games. So I wasn't going to punish Far Cry for being a game that I'm really bored of, because a lot of people just want that comfort food that Far Cry represents, right? So I kind of reviewed it in that context. Is it mechanically okay? Like, is it polished? Does it do the things it, sets out to do well? Is it well paced? That kind of thing, Review it like a piece of software. Because that's what games are at the end of the day. They're just kind of software. I don't like getting into the art critic stuff because I'm not an art critic, I'm a tech journalist. I think there's a difference. So yeah, I don't know. There's a philosophical debate to be had there about whether or not you can really punish a game for that. But giving it 4 out of 10 just because you don't like Rick and Morty is kind of, that feels dishonest to me, because there's mechanically nothing offensive about it, from what I've seen. It plays well, it looks great, the art style's amazing, I think, and it's made by a small team. This isn't like a big blockbuster. Is it full price even? I don't even know.
I don't even know what the price is.
Yeah, so that's the problem with the game in the Game Pass world.
It's up to a 61 on Metacritic right now for the Xbox version with 15 reviews.
That's not fair.
And user score of 8.3. PC, it's up to 67 with 16 reviews. User score of 8.
This is hilarious. This is an example of again, critics being out of line with the users.
I think on Steam, it has overwhelming positive reviews as well. Let me see if I can find Steam here. Steam, welcome to Steam. Because usually, let's see if I can find High on Life. High on.
Are people offended by it or something? Is there offensive humor?
So
I
High on
haven't got
Life.
that far
So
into
High
it.
on Life is $60, by the way. At least on Steam it is. So I would imagine it's the same price on Xbox.
Okay, so it's a fully priced game, basically.
Yeah, and on Steam it has 1,500 reviews and it says very positive. So
Yeah, I think that score's unfair personally, but everyone's entitled to their opinion, I guess. But I kind of, sometimes people just want to project irrelevant things into a review. I think when I review a game, which is rare these days, but I comment it from, is this value for money for the target audience? Even if I'm not the target audience of a game, I try and avoid reviewing sports games because I hate sports games. I never play them, so it wouldn't be a good review from me with regards to that. I wouldn't review Borderlands either because I find the humor to be cringe as hell, and the humor's a big part of the game. But I suppose it's a philosophical debate. I think everyone's entitled to their opinion, but this is an example of Metacritic being out of sync with what the users think.
I think it's more just the reviewers being out. I mean, I don't know. Like, I look at this and I'm playing it. I'm like, this game's not a 60. This game's not a 50. Like,
that's wild shit to me. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't get that at all.
But these are also the same people that voted Stray for Game of the Year. So, what are you gonna do, right? Clearly, there's something going on there. But I knew High on Life was going to be divisive because of the Rick and Morty angle. I mean, the gun Kenny that you get in the beginning is basically Morty. It sounds exactly like him.
Gun, yeah.
So it's just like the people that don't like it are gonna be like, "Screw this! It's not funny." And it's just like, but the rest of the game is really solid. Like, I was impressed by the gunplay. It was just like, okay, this is good, right? So I don't get it, man. I don't get it. It's just. But then again, for a game like High on Life, you know what? The reviews don't even matter because people are just gonna play it on Game Pass. I even saw Benji Sales. He tweeted like a sales chart or a Game Pass chart on his Twitter profile, and let me see if I can find his tweet. And he says, "Whoa, High on Life is currently the number 3 most popular title on Game Pass in the United States on both console and PC, and number 2 on cloud streaming. This is a really strong debut placement. Seems the title is getting a lot of players through the service." Which is, it's only behind it's only behind Minecraft and Forza Horizon 5, right?
That's awesome.
So that someone responds to him. Someone responded to Benji and say, "I mean, at this point, any game that is even a little popular that debuts on Game Pass is going to crack the top 5 to 10. I would be more interested in seeing what the actual play time is after weeks of being out. A lot of people just download stuff and rarely play it." And Benji says, "Hitting top 3 on Game Pass is not common at all. Very few games that hit the service do it." So at least according to this, it seems to be doing quite well, and it's just, but that's the beauty of Game Pass. Or, some people would say, maybe the bad thing about Game Pass is you don't need reviews for, you don't need a review for High on Life if you have Game Pass. Can you just play it yourself? So reviews are essentially meaningless to that. It's just like, whatever, just download it and see if you like it. There you go. Yeah. You don't need to listen to some YouTuber who says, my brutal, honest review of High on Life, or is High on Life worth it, or whatever. You don't need that because you're not spending $70 on a game. It's just like, click the download button, see if you like it. If you do, keep on playing. If you don't, delete it. Then, you didn't lose anything. So
I got a bone to pick with that whole brutally
honest.
Dude, shouldn't every review be honest? Shouldn't every review be
there's
not redundant?
There's the implied nature that if that's not there, then you're not being honest, or you're lying, or whatever. But it's the algorithm stuff. A lot of YouTubers feel that if they put it in there, that the algorithm will pick it up, or people will trust it more if you have brutally honest in the title.
Whatever. I actually I actually tried this myself on Windows Central recently, so I can't really talk. But one of our writers wrote a tech gifts guide for Black Friday, and the title was just like top tech gifts for Black Friday, and I thought like we can spice this up a bit for the algorithm, so I changed the title to top tech gifts that are actually good, as if to imply that most of the other articles that are pushing this are just listing crap. And hey, it worked. And to be fair, they actually were good. They actually were good tech gifts, but you know, it was sort of like it's sort of that kind of thing, isn't it? The implication that other reviews aren't honest, I suppose. Human nature's funny, man.
It is
funny.
People talk about how they hate the YouTuber face on thumbnails, but statistics will show that's the most clicked on thing. So It's kind of like the whole ABK thing we're talking about. People complain they don't want to hear it anymore, but like the stats actually show differently. So it's like somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. Those people who said you don't want the YouTuber face on anymore, but you know what? Numbers don't lie, my friend, and the numbers show people click on it.
So Rand, where's our YouTuber podcast face?
Oh God, I couldn't imagine me ever doing that. You know, I've actually had conversations with Colt. You know, because Colt's in his videos. I'm like, dude, you should put your face on his thumbnails, and you just kind of like started throwing up. Because Colt really likes making thumbnails and doing the creative process, and I'm just like, you really should do like the shocked expression or the mean expression, or you know, like you should put your face in the corner. Maybe you get more views. You know.
My buddy Robitech does that with the YouTuber poses and stuff. Shocked over a stick of RAM and stuff like that. Like, this RAM's insane. Shocked face. So yeah, it's a RAM. Oh man, I love Roby. But I've started making some thumbnails for the podcast sometimes. I'll probably make one after the show, but I wasn't sure what we were going to be talking about, so I didn't make one up front. Did you like my Titanic Xbox consoles?
Was that supposed to be the Titanic?
That was well, it's syncing Xbox from last week.
Oh yeah.
I took all of those photos. That's my photo of the ocean, and that's my photo of the Xbox. So that was like 100% my artistic genius. Zero AI there. Although I did use AI to generate an image in that that piece about Xbox not being at the Game Awards. Did you see? I asked an AI generate a skeleton holding an Xbox controller waiting for games. That was what I asked the AI to do, and it generated me a skeleton with a very strange looking Xbox controller. Oh man. Oh, it's funny. I've seen that debate all over Twitter about artists having their art stolen.
Oh yeah. Well, do you see the big thing this week has been the whole James Gunn DC universe basically firing Henry Cavill from Superman?
Oh my God, yeah, I saw that. That was. How do you feel about that?
After the studio made him come out and announce that he's returning as Superman. Now he's no longer Superman. Like, what a shit show, bro. What a complete and utter shit show DC is. You know, people complain about Xbox, but god damn, DC is like, Jesus Christ.
DC's on another level.
Yeah. Because there's like, they're basically rebooting the universe, it seems, but it's like they still have like the Blue Beetle movie, they still have Aquaman, they still have Flash, and it's like, what's the point of going to watch any of these movies? Because they're not leading to anything. And, you know, I guess you could say, well, you could watch them for themselves or whatever. But a lot of the whole Marvel DC stuff is because it's going to lead to something in the future. Now, you know, it's like, well, Henry Cavill's not coming back. So what's the point of having him in Black Adam? And if he's not coming back, then is Black Adam 2 even happening? Probably not. Wonder Woman, that's not happening anymore. So it's like the whole universe is basically destroyed, so it's like, what's the point of watching The Flash or Aquaman or any of this stuff? And it's
they should just bite the bullet and reboot the whole franchise from the Pattinson movie.
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna. And plus, like, James Gunn wants to do a Superman movie that he's writing, but a young Superman movie. But it's like, bro, I don't want a young Superman movie. I don't want an origin Superman movie. Like
Do we
Henry
already have an origin
Cavill,
Superman movie?
we've had so many origin Superman movies, from Smallville to like the original. Like, it's, I don't know, but it's just like it's like Henry Cavill leaves The Witcher over what I think is he's pissed that they were taking the direction of the show, because he's a big fan of the books, and I think they were kind of, there's interviews and stuff out there about how the writers of the Witcher TV show like despised the games and the movies, and I don't think he liked that.
Yeah, they
so
want
he
it
left,
to be more humorous.
and he's like, all right, I'm gonna do Superman again, and now he's out on Superman. But then apparently he's doing Warhammer 40K. That Amazon's about to sign that. So
he paints miniatures, doesn't he?
Yeah,
He's such a massive.
It's
nerd.
like, dude, you have the perfect Superman. You have the perfect Superman, and he's just wasted. Just wasted. I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell's up with DC, especially when your counterpart Marvel's like firing on all cylinders for the most part, even though there's some cracks in the Marvel Foundation right now. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not like a big like, restore the Snyderverse, because I thought a lot of the Snyderverse was awful. Like the Batman and Superman movie was awful. Justice League, well, at least the Joss Whedon version was god awful. So I wasn't like this big like, oh, the Snyderverse, but like I liked Ben Affleck as Batman. I liked Jason Momoa as Aquaman. You know, I loved Henry Cavill as Superman. So it's just like, yeah, I would like to see them, keep their roles going into the future. But now it's just like, no, everything's rebooted and whatever. It's just like, Jesus, man. Sometimes you got to give the fans what they want. They've been asking for the Superman stuff and Henry Cavill thing forever. And now everybody's just pissed off because they just don't trust, the people in position at DC to do it right. Anyways.
That's an interesting tangent there for you.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Aragorn, been a member for 26 months, says, thanks for the great year of quality and often hilarious podcasts. Xbox 2 are my faves. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you for being a member for 26 months. Let's see. Anything else here? Are we finally get into this? Yeah, so, all right. Let's talk about this Xbox showcase early next year. So, I guess to set this up, everybody, well, see, not everybody, because if you listen to the show, Jez Corden put out we were talking about what Xbox could show. Jez said he heard that Xbox might not be there, and then you were attacked over that, Jez. You were attacked. So many people on Twitter were like, Jez doesn't know what he's talking about. He's wrong. Well, it turned out to be true. They didn't show anything. And we were all wondering, like, man, not show anything at the Game Awards? That seems odd. I mean, you didn't show anything all year. You went to E3, you dropped some stuff, and then it was like, all right, well, you got some games coming early next year. Surely you're going to show something at the Game Awards, because why not? You've been doing it lately. And there's a huge audience for the Game Awards. I saw Jeff Keighley posted the ratings, the viewership numbers. 103 million people tuned into the Game Awards this year, which is way more than the Oscars. And that's why people say it's a missed opportunity that Xbox wasn't there to showcase, like, hey, this is the stuff we got coming soon. That's a lot of people, and that's way more people that are going to tune into an Xbox showcase if there is one early next year. Now the people that tuned into the Game Awards are like, I guess Xbox doesn't have anything because they weren't there other than the Game Pass ad. So it's a missed opportunity not to be there. Is it the end of the world? I don't think so, because it sounds like Xbox has something planned for early next year. Now, there was the Aaron Greenberg tweet, which let me see if I can bring up here just to reference to get everything right. So we have Aaron Greenberg. By the way, did you see the screenshot of Era History Untold that they put out today?
No, I didn't.
You didn't, huh?
I didn't know.
Yeah, 6 hours ago, Aaron tweeted it out. I guess there's a technical alpha coming soon, and there's a screenshot of Era History Untold.
All right.
Kind of looks.
I did know there was a technical alpha, but I did not see the actual screenshot.
What do you think? Look at the screenshot and tell me what you think.
Did you send it to me somewhere?
Yeah, hold on. I will send it to you on Twitter. Where's Jez? Here we go.
I'm right here, buddy. Right here, baby.
All right. There you go. I DM'd it to you. Let me know what you think. of Aura History Untold.
Oh my god, that looks amazing.
Does it?
Yes.
Okay. I know it'd be something that you like.
That actually looks really good. It looks like a more detailed version of Civ. Because Civ sort of has that sort of cartoony aesthetic, right? Which I like. But that looks like super detailed and super interesting. I'm really interested where they're going to go with this. But I also think it's a missed opportunity. They should have slapped Age of Empires branding on this. I really think they should have done. I kind of appreciate that maybe the devs wanted to do their own thing. But man, if this was like an Age of Empires game, it would propel it, I think. I don't know.
Yeah. So Aaron retweeted the Game Pass commercial that they ran at the Game Awards with the tagline GLHF. Good luck, have fun.
Which we don't like. Don't like it.
And he said, we have a lot planned to show and share about an incredibly exciting year ahead for 2023. Appreciate folks are eager to learn and see more. Timing is always key, but don't worry, you will not have to wait too long for what's next from us. Now, people collected Aaron's tweets from the last 4 years and kind of put them side by side, and it's pretty much always the same thing for the most part. And Aaron was like, we got a great 2022 coming, and then obviously 2022 ended up being what it is. But to Aaron's to Aaron's credit, at that point when he tweeted that, Starfield and Redfall were supposed to still be this year. And you know what? 2021 was an amazing year for Xbox. So you can't take that away just because this past year was awful. So you can't take away that Xbox had an amazing 2021. And they released a lot of games in 2020. A lot of people forget they released a ton of games in 2020. They just didn't have a lot to launch the new console with. They should have held a lot of the stuff. But so, his tweets might be the same, but for the most part, I felt like, hey, 2021 was great. They launched a lot of games in 2020. But I mean, it's Aaron's job to hype people up, right? He's the marketer. That's what he's supposed to do. But to further corroborate this whole potentially might be a Game Awards or might be a showcase early next year, Todd Kalmans, who is a marketer at Xbox, he tweeted out and now deleted it, which he deleted it right away. This was on December 13th. And he has a photo here of something that's called the Xbox Studio, which is And he tweeted, spent the day with the team at our recently completed Xbox Studio. Really excited about we are going to be able to accomplish in this facility. Obviously, spelling error. Still has that new car smell, right? So you got Aaron saying what he said, not too long to see new stuff. We know they have games coming. You have Todd Kalman saying, hey, I was recently at the completed Xbox Studio. You see the picture of the logo, and you're like, all right, well, something's going on. You heard rumors that... I
just want to say, by the way, it's really funny that he tweeted that out and deleted it and expected no one to pick it up.
The internet remembers. Internet always remembers.
Oh, man. Poor dude.
So, you put it out there that you were hearing unverifiable rumors or unverifiable. Man, I can't speak. I actually was hit up by a couple people I know that told me that they're hearing Xbox is planning or putting on something. I have 2 different people that said that they're putting on a show or something's happening in early 2023. So, I mean, there's a lot of smoke out there. A lot of smoke. So, what do you think, Jez?
There is smoke. And I did quantify what I wrote that it was unverifiable because the information came to me from not usual sources, shall I say. But they also gave me a good reason to believe it. And also, then Aaron put his tweet out, and I was kind of like, oh wow, there's too much smoke here. So I'm just gonna write it down as a rumor. I usually don't report things unless I know it for a fact, but I feel like there's There's a lot of good.
You say that, but
thick, juicy smoke here.
You say that, but
you say that, but what?
You say that, but you remember Halo switching engines to Unreal?
Oh yeah, that's true. But again, there's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of smoke. Hey,
nobody talks about that anymore, do they?
Yeah, I think what happened there was, like I said earlier, I think there is some internal push for that to happen, but I think like there was some confusion about whether it's actually happening or whether it's just something some people have some hopium about. But anyway, I guess we'll put a pin in that one. But when it comes to this event, I'm pretty confident that this is actually a thing. There's just too much smoke from all different people. Like the fact you heard about it as well, and I've also heard a little bit extra about it this week as well, which also elevates the possibility for me. So I hope this isn't all just a giant cope. I really, really hope that. But they could, I think you said it last week, or maybe you said it on the Xbox Ultimate. Like again, I can't remember anything that happened longer than 5 minutes ago. But you did. I feel like at some point you did say that none of this makes sense unless Microsoft's planning something or has something up their sleeve. Do you still feel that way?
That was my first thought when the Game Awards ended and there was nothing. I was just like, the only way any of this makes sense is if they have a show really soon and that's why they're not there. Because then I see people in chat, hey, why didn't Aaron set expectations, or why didn't Xbox set expectations before the show? And I feel that I think the reason they didn't is because I don't think they wanted to step on Jeff Keighley's toes. Because that would kind of seem like to downplay the event. Like, if you're tuning into the Game Awards, don't expect to see anything from us. Jeff Keighley's a good partner of theirs. They've done stuff in the past. I feel like that's more of like a professional courtesy, not to come out and be like, we don't got nothing, so don't even bother. You know what I'm saying? Whereas it's like,
that makes a lot of sense. I never thought about it.
We won't say anything. And because they knew people were going to feel a certain way. Trust me, the people at Xbox know exactly how everybody feels. They listen to podcasts. They have the ear to the ground. They know how people feel about this year. They know how people feel about their first party. They've seen the memes. They know all these things. They know that people were going to be frustrated with Xbox's lack of showing up. Mainly because it's like, you didn't do much this year. And on top of it, you have 4 or 5 games launching between now and June before E3 of next year. 2 of them being brand new IPs. One of them being maybe the biggest new Xbox game since, I don't know, the launch of Gears, right? I mean, you could probably say that about Starfield, right? Like, it's probably the biggest Xbox launch of a new IP since Gears, right?
Yeah.
Can you think of anything that would? Yeah, it's
massive. It's going to be. It's a really big deal.
Like, you have this huge audience at the Game Awards, 100 million people, and you don't do anything for it. So of course they knew that people were going to be upset, right? I don't know if they knew people like Ryan McCaffrey would be like, this was a slap in the face to Xbox fans, right? Or go like that harsh of a direction. But they knew people would be disappointed and frustrated because, you went from many people being really excited about this year, about finally getting new Bethesda content instead of having to wait a year for it to come from PlayStation, and getting the rug pulled out from underneath them when they delayed Starfield and Redfall, and everybody's just pissed off because it was like, everybody thought it was, all right, this is the new time. It's not Halo, Gears, or Forza related finally, right? It's something different. It's something big, finally, and you didn't get it, and there was nothing to replace it. So people were like, what the heck? And Xbox, it wasn't like Xbox was, still out there talking about stuff or announcing things for, like, we didn't get to see Perfect Dark or Fable or new announcements to kind of like at least being like, all right, we got some stuff coming, right? They were just like, no, this is it. So yeah, they 100% knew people were going to be pissed, but I think it was more professional courtesy to Jeff. So like I mentioned, the only way this all makes sense is that they have something planned, because these sort of things take a while to plan and put together, and it makes the most sense in the world. They hired a new position, Tina Amini, former she was like former chief editor at IGN. Of like the programming team. And it's like you have all these games launching before E3, so in my mind, it's like, boom, like here's the showcase. In my mind, this is what you do, right? And hopefully people at Xbox are listening. In my mind, this is what you do. You make it a 2-day event. You make it the showcase on a Monday, and you have a supplemental show on a Wednesday. And on Monday, it's just like you regularly run an E3 thing. You show off Redfall with new gameplay, right? Maybe 5 minutes of it. End it with the release date. You show off Minecraft Legends. You show off Forza Motorsport with some decent looks at gameplay. All ending in release dates, right? But also, you have Game Pass, which is a huge thing. And there's some massive games coming to Game Pass. So you get your third parties together. You have something for Wo Long Fallen Dynasty, because that's a huge game coming to Game Pass. You have something for Atomic Heart, because that's coming to Game Pass in February. You have something for Benedict Fox or whatever. You can show all these things at a showcase early next year, because by the time E3 rolls around, all these games are going to be out. You're not going to see them again anyways. So why not do it again? So why not put together and do that? And then you would end the show. Well, in my mind, you could end it a couple ways. One, you would end the show with a deeper look at Starfield, and obviously close with the release date. And if you wanted to really surprise the fans, maybe you do the Starfield thing, and then you actually announce a new game. Just one, right? Like, oh, here's, Indiana Jones, or here's Project Midnight, or whatever, right? They wouldn't do it that way. It'd probably just end with Starfield, because then they can announce some newer stuff at E3. But in my mind, that's what you do. That would be Monday, right? And then on Wednesday, you can do the whole, hey, here's our Xbox personalities. We could have Paris Lilly, we could have Danny Pena, you can have Miles Dampier, or, whoever they hired to do this stuff. And you can have sit-down interviews, like talking with the Redfall director, explaining more about the game, talking with God Howard, explaining more about Starfield, and some of the third-party stuff. So you basically have 2 days of this stuff. One for just the people who just want to tune in to watch new trailers and new release dates, and then a couple days later, you have the extended stuff. So in my mind, you have basically 2 days of this, because I know how Xbox thinks. They want to be different. They're personality-driven, right? Which is why you don't see a lot of personalities from Nintendo or PlayStation. I know they're probably struggling with the idea of like, oh no, we need to be different from Nintendo Directs, or different from the State of Plays. We got to have people on stage. We got to, all that sort of stuff. And I'm telling you, like, if you compare it to like Xbox 2, or, I don't even want to say us, because we're just a bunch of nobodies anyways, but like the Kind of Funny crew. Like, people tune in to watch Kind of Funny because, not so much because of the news, but because they want to, but for the personalities. They want to know what Greg is going to say about something. They want to know what Tim's going to say about something. They want to know what Snowbike Mike is going to say about something. The news is secondary, right? You're there for the personalities. You could say the same thing about Xbox 2. Obviously, if there's bigger news, more people watch. But for the most part, you're here to hear what me and Jez have to say about stuff. News is secondary. It's about what we have to think. And I feel like Xbox sort of feels, or whatever, they want to be that. They want to be like, oh, well, people tune in to hear what such and such. But it's not. Like, people would tune into these things for new looks at games. They're not tuning in to hear somebody interview it. I'm sorry. Like, nobody's tuning in to an event that Xbox is going to hold to essentially hear what someone has to say. Like, that's why you would essentially split, and you'd have one for just like the trailers, and two, you would have the second one for all the extra stuff, and that you can have your personalities. You can start building up that crew, that programming crew, if you're gonna whatever you're gonna call it, and start building it up that way. Because I'm telling you now, if they try to combine both of those, people are going to be pissed because it'll just be the return of Inside Xbox. And people didn't like Inside Xbox, one, because it was like an hour long and they had 10 minutes of content that they spread over an hour. And two, it was just a lot of cringe dialogue from people like, and I mean, I like Ricari, but like, I'm not there to listen to Ricari interview a developer. Like, that's, that may sound harsh, and I like Ricari. That's not the reason I'm tuning into these things. I'm tuning into these things because I want to see these games. I don't really want to hear what such and such have to say or whatever. So in my mind, those are the things you do. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if Microsoft ever came for me for advice, that's what I would tell them. And that's what I hope they do. I don't know, Jez. Like, it's kind of like my thought on Showcase and what they can do. Because then you do it again 6 months later or 5 months later, and you have a whole new stuff you can show because all these other games are out. Now you can focus on all this other stuff coming. So then you'd be like, boom, here's Hellblade, and here's Avowed, and here's Indiana Jones, and here's Doom's, its new game or whatever. You can dazzle people, because I also feel the last 2 years of the showcases have kind of been too similar because they've only focused on the same games. It was like, you look at how they began 2020 or 2021, it was, here's Starfield, and we're ending with Redfall. But then this year was like, oops, now we're opening with Redfall and we're ending with Starfield. And then you have the same Bethesda segment in the middle with Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls Online. It was like they focused too much on the same games 2 years in a row, surrounded by some quality indie titles. And I feel like people want to see more. They want new announcements and new looks at new games. And
yeah,
I don't know. What do you think?
I think ultimately what you're saying is there's a time and a place.
Yes.
Right. There's a time and a place for, hearing what personalities think. Like Major Nelson's podcast, for example, very popular. And they do those really great interviews where Major Nelson, Jeff Rubenstein, and Rebecca, they sit down, they talk to developers, and we can have a little bit more intimate. And if that's what you're interested in listening to podcasts and personalities, then put it in a podcast and a personality show. But I think like for when you're announcing content for your upcoming product slate, the content has to be God. It has to be the number one, the be all and end all. All the other stuff has to be put to the side. All egos have to be put to the side. Any sort of like, but we want to do it differently, that has to be put to the side. All that stuff, the politics internally, whatever. If there's people internally are like, oh no, we should do it this way so we can be different. Nah, put it to the side. Because the reason Nintendo Direct is driving so much hype is because of the format. The content helps. Definitely. But I'm telling you now, if Nintendo split that content across an hour using influencers, whatever, talking through scripted dialogue and using a teleprompter, I'm telling you, it wouldn't drive anywhere near as much hype as it does. The fact that it's so condensed with high quality content matters. It matters. It's the right format. So time and a place, please. Give us a showcase so we can see all the new stuff. And then go into the weeds. Do the detail in a separate show or a podcast or something like that. Time and a place. Time and a place. It's my favorite new phrase, Rand. Time and a place. I think like you can solve a lot of problems in life using that idiom. For example, time and a place. I probably wouldn't talk about getting 20% off at Manscaped when I'm visiting my grandma for Christmas, for example.
No.
I talk very much about Manscaped 20% off with code XB2 on the podcast with you lovely people. But I probably wouldn't be explaining to my grandma. That's how I make a bit of extra money on the side. Time and a place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, time and a place is the new motto of Xbox 2 podcast. Actually,
is it really?
Yeah, it's our new motto. Time and a place. You can use it for anything. Use it for anything.
I don't know if I like that as our new motto.
Do you prefer good luck, have fun?
No. I do
Oh,
not.
man.
No, I do not prefer that. How about Xbox 2? Hit that like button.
Yeah. Hit that like button.
Hit that like
Smash
button.
that like button. And then drop a YouTube shocked face. Oh, man. I seriously, we should try that 1 week. 1 week,
No,
we should try
absolutely
the YouTube
not.
shock face.
No.
Come on.
No.
Come on, guys. Like, peeps in the chat. Should me and Rand do a YouTube shock face for one podcast 1 week just as an experiment?
What, like your face on the right, my face on the left, and we're just like,
yeah.
Maybe. Chris R says, even if they do their own show, do the Xbox specific shows even get many views? It seems to be less than PlayStation showcases or Nintendo Directs. Spoiler alert: Xbox is not as popular as PlayStation or Nintendo.
Yeah.
They get less views because Xbox, they're not as popular. That's simply how it is. Which is why it was just a I was just like, they're gonna have something at the Game Awards. That's a huge audience, and they didn't. Which is like, okay, well, the only way this makes sense is if they have their own thing. They're already planning something, and it wouldn't make sense to be like, here's Redfall, and then show Redfall again. Or maybe, yeah. I mean, that's it. I mean, they're not gonna have as many views as PlayStation or Nintendo because they're just not as popular as PlayStation and Nintendo. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
That's just the cold, hard truth. Xbox is, as Brad Smith kind of said to these people asking about these questions, like, Xbox needs more exclusives. PlayStation, what is it? PlayStation had like 286 exclusive and Xbox has 58. It's kind of like, what do you expect? Although Xbox is doing pretty good on TikTok, I think.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I saw a Tom Warren tweet where he was saying like, how much money does like 5 million TikTok views get you? And it was like $3 or something. So yeah, so part of me wonders like, how is TikTok exactly? How engaging is TikTok? Is my question there. 5 million views. But does anyone really give a crap when they're looking through the scroll, or do they just scroll straight on to the next thing and completely forget what you just showed them?
Did you? There was a tweet. I think I sent it to you. It was like, this guy got 7 million views on TikTok and made $3.
Yeah, that's why I just. Yeah, that's why
they don't run ads on TikTok, and like with TikTok or even YouTube Shorts for that matter, if you don't like something, you just scroll to the next. Like, oh, next.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But honestly, I think like, even if you do like something, you on TikTok or Instagram Reels, you just scroll to the next thing and completely forget what you looked at. I think like the engagement factor on TikTok is like non-existent. I think it's like a massive bubble, and I think like a lot of these ad agencies are like, oh my god, they got like 50 million views on TikTok. It's probably, yeah. Does it really count as a view? I think a view on YouTube is worth way more than a view on TikTok, but that's another conversation, I guess. Yeah. Maybe I'm just a hater. Rand. Did you see what's his name? Marco Rubio, American politician, introduced a bipartisan bill. I always like to see bipartisanship. Bipartisan bill to ban TikTok in the United States. How do you feel about this?
They should also introduce a bill to ban Facebook.
Yeah, maybe.
They should do that as well. Philip, he says they had a show called Xbox Direct this week. They have a lot of Xbox shows. Like Major Nelson does that this week on Xbox. They do a podcast as well. They do a lot of that sort of content. But yeah, Jez. So I don't know how much you want to talk about this, but I see the Xbox MVP program is shutting down.
Yeah, the Xbox MVP program shutting down. The thing, one of the funny things I sort of realized was that nobody actually knows what it is, because we wrote an article because I heard the Xbox MVP program was shutting down. A lot of people were just like, what the hell is the Xbox MVP program? So I actually ain't 100% sure what the point of it was, but from what I understand, the Xbox MVP program was like, they got like influencers and community people in a little club on like a internal sort of intranet, and they sort of could share feedback directly with Microsoft and stuff, and get like prizes and all kinds of stuff. Very leaky program. I just put that out there. So obviously, as you can see, the fact that he's shutting down also leaked. I don't know why they're shutting it down, but I'm guessing it's part of Microsoft's cost-cutting measures, as you've seen from Twitter and probably other places in the news. A lot of major corporations right now are battening down the hatches, with expectations that 2023 is going to be a rough year economically, especially in Europe. So I think a lot of these sort of extraneous things like the MVP program are sort of being cut to save money, similarly to how like my travel budget's been cut, So don't know if I'll be going to E3 next year, buddy. I'm afraid.
So no meetup, no Xbox 2 meetup. I don't even.
Yeah, unless Microsoft wants to, drop me a ticket. I mean, I wouldn't say no, but yeah. It's a lot of companies are cutting costs right now. So yeah, it's MVP program.
So the MVP program, for people that don't know, because there's some questions in there. About
what is it? Tell us what it is, because I don't.
It's like
know.
So they took like people who are in the Xbox ecosystem that I guess have some like value to them, and they're like NDA'd, so Microsoft can talk to these MVPs and kind of give them an early rundown of planned features or things that Xbox was planning on doing, and get feedback from people, in that sphere about, if it's good or if it's bad. The problem with it is like, there are people in there that probably shouldn't be in there 100%. And a lot, like you said, a lot of the things that they introduced also then just leaked out because, a lot of people ignore NDAs. But Xbox has kind of been really promoting the Xbox Ambassador stuff. And so you had the MVPs, the Ambassadors, and they just folded the MVPs into basically the Ambassador program and just made the MVPs like a higher tier ambassadors. But it was basically just like people that, did something significant or whatever. And every year they were flown out to Xbox studios at Microsoft Studios to like, it was like a weekend thing, and then like they'd have a bunch of presentations by teams at Microsoft about like what's going on with Xbox in the future. So it was like a prestigious event or a prestigious award for people who were MVPs. Yeah. Because who wouldn't want to be recognized as like an Xbox MVP? But like I mentioned, not everybody would be worthy of being in there. There are definitely people that were MVPs that should not have been. Like, I know a few of them. I'm just like, who are these people? Like, please. I'm not saying that I should be an MVP, but like, those people definitely shouldn't have been. But yeah, so they got rid of that, rolled it into the ambassador stuff. We also, Jez, we had a Starfield update as well. Did you read any stuff about the Starfield? They released a answering some questions. They had lead quest designer Will Shen on to talk about some of the things. And he'd previously been a part of the team on Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. And he confirmed that players will be visiting Earth's solar system, which is referred to as the Old Neighborhood, and that players will be actually landing on Mars very early on in the story as part of the Constellation quest line. He also confirmed that the random encounter system has been expanded to full planets, allowing players to discover entirely new communities or groups that need help when exploring. He also confirmed that the main quest introduces players to all the other major factions. Factions work more like in Elder Scrolls Skyrim than in Fallout 4, which means players aren't locked out from joining multiple factions and going through the different quest lines. So, what did you think about this information that we got from this Bethesda video and this interview with? Because I know, like, you haven't really mentioned what's your most anticipated game for next year, but knowing you, it's probably Diablo 4 and then Starfield, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Diablo 4 and Starfield, I guess.
So I mean,
both
how
pretty high.
you feeling about Starfield? How you feeling about these
Well,
interviews and the information
you know,
that's coming out from it all?
I kind of got a ritual when it comes to games that I'm really excited for. Is that I try to go in as blind as possible, you know. And Starfield's a game that I know I'm not reviewing, for one
You
thing.
know you're not going to review?
Yes, I think Samuel Talbot's reviewing that for us. So I'm probably, going to play it for fun, play it for myself. I might even book time off work for it because it's not often a Todd Howard game comes along. As we joke on the show, the next Fallout game is probably like 50,000 years away. We've got to get we're waiting for the next Elder Scrolls before the next Fallout, probably. But yeah, so I am trying to go in as blind as possible, but it's hard, because you still want to know, you still want the information and stuff. But everything I've seen about Starfield so far says to me they're addressing negative feedback from Fallout 4. Because I know you didn't play Fallout and you're not a huge Fallout fan, but one of the things
3, I didn't play 4.
Yeah. Well, that's probably a good thing, to be honest. But Fallout 4 was a good game, but I think when I reviewed it, I gave it like 7 out of 10, which is one of the harsher reviews of it. And the reason I gave it such a low score was because the freedom that typifies the Todd Howard formula was just gone. And this is what he talked about in this Constellations video about the fact that you can join multiple factions and it's more like Skyrim. That to me sounds like it's directly addressing feedback from Fallout, because Fallout 4 kind of like it had very binary choices and sometimes no choice at all. You get 4 dialogue options and they'd all lead to yes, and that was just like so on Creation Engine to me. And a part of that is because they had the voice protagonist, I think, and they didn't want to, invest what they would have needed to invest to have like they're basically be multiplying the amount of dialogue they'd have to record by multiple times over. I suppose if they were going down that route. But the game suffered for it, like blatantly. The game suffered for it. Like it didn't feel like you were the main character. It didn't feel like, which is what those games are known for. You are the role player. You are playing the role of the main character, and those games just Fallout 4 just didn't feel that way. It really didn't. It felt like just any old sort of like I don't know, almost Ubisoft style open world. Not to be super harsh to it, but that's kind of the impression, the feel that I got is like this is a shooter on the Creation Engine and less of an RPG than ever for Bethesda. So it does seem like with Starfield they're trying to go back to basics. Like they've expanded the dialogue persuasion system. They said it's more of a hardcore RPG. Where more choice and more consequence and all that kind of stuff. I just hope that it's all true. I just hope that it's not exaggerated, because I kind of feel like with Fallout 4 and then Fallout 76 especially, they lost a lot of their credibility. They lost a lot of their the goodwill they built up, especially with Fallout 76 at launch, at least. Like Fallout 76 evolved into honestly a really solid online game. Can't really fault the game in its current state, to be honest. It sort of had a redemption arc similar to Sea of Thieves in some ways. But it did really hurt their credibility when they launched it, because it was the true and total opposite of what you want from a Bethesda RPG. Like if Fallout 4 was the sort of damaged the identity of a Bethesda RPG, Fallout 76 irradiated it with nuclear fire. It was just like, this is the opposite of what people want. And I think Bethesda became cognizant of that, and acutely cognizant of it. And I kind of feel like they were just like, okay, well, with Starfield, we've really got to fix this, and give our fans what made Skyrim such a household name and made Skyrim such a huge success and made Oblivion such a huge success and stuff like that. So yeah, all the stuff they're saying makes me hopeful, but at the same time, I'm just old and cynical now, and I'm just sort of like, I don't want to have to hopium with everything that they're saying. I just want to wait and find out for myself, you know. And I hope it's all true, but I'm trying not to get too excited about it. I really am, you know. Not like Diablo. I've just thrown myself headfirst into Diablo hype now. Like after the previews and seeing gameplay for myself. I got some leaked gameplay from Diablo 4 on my hard drive. And I'm just besides myself with hype for that game. But I'm not giving Starfield the benefit of the doubt, you know, too much at the moment. But yeah, I mean,
I'm wondering what Earth's gonna look like. That's the thing. Is like the fact that and they call it the old neighborhood, and obviously we're space travel, so there's many different ways you can present an Earth and what the cities would look like. You know, is it destroyed? Is it like a paradise? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the vibe gonna be for that? Like, and you know, going to Mars and stuff. Is that colony? Is there colonies there? I don't know. Like the whole sci-fi aspect, it really has me excited. Not you know, I mean, maybe I'm more excited because like I just was reading a sci-fi novel, and like I love that sort of like big open space stuff. Like, and this novel I'm reading, you know, they sort of have settled like the sort of our local Milky Way, right? So, and they have warp drives, but warp only goes so fast. So things still take a long time to get anywhere. So like sometimes when they go on like, oh, the Emperor is sending us to this planet that's going to take us 15 years to get there. And they have to go into like cryo sleep for 15 years. It's not like Star Trek where it's like warp and you're there 2 seconds later. It's like, no, like things take time. So it's like, oh, you know, this journey is going to take us 8 years, which is just kind of like mind-boggling. I don't know. I've always preferred that line of sci-fi rather than like Star Trek or Star Wars, where it's like, if everything is so close, then why not have everything like? What's the point of having this big, expansive universe if everything can just be accessible within 2 seconds? Like, why have it so huge? You might as well set everything within, you know, a local star quadrant. I like the idea of like, here's this huge universe, and to get from point A to point B, there does take time, and you have to prepare for that. And like, it's, I don't know. I've always enjoyed that more so than like, all right, let's go to warp and we're there. It's like, well, what's the point of it being 100 light years away if you can just be there in like a second? You know what I mean?
Can I just go off on a tangent for a sec?
Okay.
That mentality is something I often weirdly think about with regards to games in general. And because I often think about, right, back in the day, World of Warcraft, and you know, you can apply this to all sorts of games, but it's sort of like the fast travel debate, or in a way, you know, how much fast travel is too much fast travel, basically, in games, because in you know, in modern open world games, you've got fast travel, right? It's a convenience feature. I'm not saying they should get rid of it, by any means. But I also think about like, you know, like in World of Warcraft these days, you can just teleport anywhere you want. You can fly anywhere you want. You know, the flying is a big part of the new expansion, you know. But I also think about Final Fantasy XI, which is a really old MMO, where there was no fast travel or very little fast travel. And warping was really expensive and teleporting was really expensive. And like, especially when you're a low level player, you had to like go everywhere on foot a lot. And I remember like there was like anyone who's nostalgic about Final Fantasy XI might enjoy this, but to trek to one of the zones where you had to level up, and this is the kind of MMO this game was. It was super hardcore to the point of like ruining your life. But it was like to trek from one to where you needed to go to level up in certain places, you'd have to like you'd have to walk on foot across these huge zones that were full of monsters that would one-shot kill you. And then you'd have to like catch a boat, which physically had a travel time of like 20 minutes or something ridiculous. And you'd have to wait 20 minutes for the boat to get there as well. And then you could get killed on the boat by a kraken or something. And then you'd have to like start the journey again. And it sounds horrible, right? From a gameplay perspective. But at the same time, it made the world feel so massive. It made the world feel like when I finally got to the Valkurm Dunes, it felt like such an accomplishment. Like I'd run through this gauntlet of giant monsters and genuine consequence for screwing up and invested all this time. And it probably sounds really horrible. And like now that I'm like, you know, in my 30s, I probably can't like I probably would hate this, you know, but I'm still nostalgic for it because it was such an epic journey, you know. And I'm thinking that about WoW now. It's like the world Blizzard was saying and all the stuff, in all their stuff for Dragonfly was like these are the biggest zones we've ever made. But it's like if you can fly over it at like 800% extra speed, it feels smaller. You know, you spend most of the game flying up in the air and very little of the game on foot, so it somehow feels smaller at the same time. You know, so that's a little tangent there for you. So ultimately, like another thing that I'm curious about with regards to Starfield is kind of like there's they talk about how like you won't run out of fuel in space, for example, and like there's not like hardcore survival elements or anything like that, which I think is a good thing. But honestly, like I think they have talked about maybe adding a more hardcore simulation mode later on, because I think Starfield would be the perfect game for that. Like if I don't know if you've ever played Elite Dangerous, Rand. Have you ever played Elite Dangerous?
No, I've never played Elite Dangerous.
Well, Elite Dangerous is like it's a space simulator, you know. So traveling across the galaxy physically takes a really long ass time, and you can run out of fuel in the middle of space, and you know that can be painful. You know, if you're not careful, you do have to make those preparations. And space does feel hazardous and dangerous because of that stuff. Your ship can get blown up, and you do have to pay ridiculous insurance fees and stuff like that. There's like an in-game faction of player characters called the Fuel Rats in Elite Dangerous, who like you could like message them on Discord and they would come and bring you fuel, you know, to save you out in the galaxy. Like I kind of like I hope they include that kind of hardcore gameplay into Starfield, you know. Yeah, but Banana P Jack says, Banana Peel Jack, that's an interesting name, says Todd said they might add a survival mode to Starfield post launch. I really hope they do, because the survival mode they added to Skyrim was excellent. And that's probably how I'll play the game, like the next time I play it. And I think like when they're doing the remaster of Fallout 4, I'll probably play that in survival mode too. But I think, oh man, that'd be so cool for Starfield though. You know, really having to prepare for the space travel and you know, and the risks that are potentially involved with that. I think that's really exciting. But yeah, I'm just really, really excited for Starfield. I'm still like, I don't know, maybe it's Xbox PTSD, but I'm just kind of like, I'm not sort of throwing my full hype behind it like I am with Diablo. Do you know what I mean? I'm just scared that they'll be like, if I let myself get hyped for it, I'm setting myself up for disappointment. I might be doing that with Diablo, you know? I might be doing that with Diablo. There's certainly some nervousness about Diablo, like with all the different additions they're doing and the in-game shop and that kind of stuff, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm naive. I think a lot of us at this age, we just want to feel like games used to make us feel, you know. And a lot of the way games used to make us feel has been lost in a haze of battle passes and microtransactions and, you know, all the extraneous bullshit that kind of frustrates the overall experience, you know. But I just hope that I just really want a classic Bethesda, Todd Howard, open world RPG. I'd be very, very happy with that. And to get that one more time in my life, even if like we all end up blown up before Fallout 5 launches in 2040 or 2050 or whenever, I'll be happy with that one. But yeah, that's a sort of tangent take on the whole sort of stuff with Starfield. So many games, so much stuff. Jim says, imagine the inflation on spaceship fuels. My God, that'd be nasty. I think rocket fuel actually has been hit by inflation as well in real life, hasn't it? I'm sure I read an article to that effect. Everything's sort of hit by inflation right now. Oh man. But yeah, maybe my Diablo statue, you know, I could in like 10 years, thanks to inflation, I'll be able to sell my Diablo statue for a profit and then use it to buy some rocket fuel and fly to Elon Musk's version of his Mars colony that he said he's going to build. You going to go to Elon Musk's Mars, Rand, when he builds it?
No.
Finally?
I ain't going to Mars. No? I am not going to Mars.
Would you seriously, if you had the opportunity to just visit Mars, like Elon Musk randomly selected a few people on Twitter as a first come first serve opportunity to go to Mars, you wouldn't do it?
No.
You seriously wouldn't?
Why would I want to go to Mars?
Why wouldn't you want to go to Mars?
Why would you want to go to Mars? There's nothing to do on Mars.
It's another planet.
It's the same. Yeah, but it's going to be the same. The only difference is what? I think Mars is does it got higher gravity or less gravity? I'm not sure. But
I don't know.
You can't go. It's not like you can go. It's not like you can go sightsee. It's not like you can take off your helmet and breathe the air. I think it's too cold. So you can't take off your suit. So what? You'd be spent.
Dude, it's Mars. It's fucking Mars. You wouldn't go to Mars?
No, not unless Mars was terraformed, and I could literally go outside or whatever. I'm not going to a planet where you'd spend the whole time in a suit or in some sort of building, because if you go outside, you can't breathe. If you go outside, it's too cold, so you freeze to death.
You can wear a spacesuit, for God's sake. Have you not seen The Martian, for God's sake?
Yeah. No, sorry, not going.
You can wear a suit and eat potatoes.
Uh-huh.
Dude, I really want you to put this poll in chat. I really want to know what chat thinks. Like, would you, if given the opportunity, visit Mars? Put that in chat. Yes or no?
Really? You want me to make a poll?
Yeah, make a poll. I want to know.
Would you go to Mars? Would you go to?
Would you
Mars?
visit? Would you visit Mars? Assuming that you can come back. Let's assume that it's not a one-way trip. Let's assume that it's like, you know, those self-landing rockets, and you can fly back. So let's say, would you visit Mars? And it's a four year round trip. 4
years just to spend your time in spacesuits and in buildings on a planet that you really can't enjoy? Like, hell no.
Yeah, it's like 8 years or something to get there and back. Theoretically, I guess.
I think there's no way. It's not. It can't be 8 years. There's no way it's 8. There's no way it takes 8 years to get there. Is it?
Hang on. Let me just look it up. How fast? How fast to get to Mars with current technology? Oh man. How long does it take to get to Mars? Space.com. Hey, we're on this website. Looks very similar.
Flame says, Rand, go to Mars. I hear it has Xbox games there. Oh, well, I mean, if that's the case.
How long will it take you to travel to Mars at the speed of light? Fastest spacecraft so far.
Probably, people are saying it's like 6 to 8 months.
I just want a goddamn bullet point. I don't want to read this whole goddamn article. So it says, okay, so probes can get there pretty quickly, like in a year. But I don't know.
So you're telling me you would go?
Yes, I would definitely visit Mars. Like, assuming that you can come back easily.
Oh, easily.
You know.
Nothing's easily about space, bro. There's no easily. You could die literally getting there and die coming back, or literally die on the planet.
Okay, yeah, okay, it's risky, but as long as there was a plan to come back,
As long as there was a.
I would do it.
All
I
right.
would do it, man.
I mean, I
See,
go to
people are
Mars.
pretty
Like I
split
said,
on
I
this.
go to Mars if it was terraformed, where you can actually don't need a spacesuit, and you can just enjoy it. Like, I would not go to Mars
But dude,
the way it currently is.
terraformed? But why? That's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. If it's terraformed, why not just stay on Earth? Because then it's just Earth. It's just if you terraform it, then it's just Earth.
Maybe it's a better looking Earth because it's new and hasn't been destroyed by us yet.
Yeah, but it's not really Mars then, is it? It's just it's then it'd be Mars with Earth plants on it. It wouldn't really be a real
Elijah Vasquez
alien.
says you don't like enjoying nature. I do like enjoying nature, but there's no nature to enjoy on Mars. It's not like you can have a picnic and like roll around in some flat. Like there's shit
Have
is
you never
dead
been
on
to
Mars.
The Grand Canyon?
Yes, I've been to the Grand Canyon.
Well, there you go. It's the same shit. It's desert, isn't it?
Bro, I can't believe we're having this discussion on this show. No wonder the show takes 4 hours sometimes.
Well, dude, the people are pretty split on this. Like, it's literally 50-50 in the poll, basically.
I mean, I understand the allure of going and being on a different planet, like being on like standing on a different like world or whatever. Like, I get the allure of that, but
damn right.
No, bro. Why not just say you want to go to Jupiter? Probably couldn't go to Jupiter because who knows if
it's a gas giant.
It's a gas. Yeah. What about Uranus, bro? You gonna go there?
Jesus.
What about Mercury?
You melt.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
Mercury's pretty hot, I think. What are the other planets?
I mean, Venus, Mercury, Earth, Mars.
Venus is too poisonous. I don't think Venus is happening. I think isn't Venus like molten? Isn't that like Venus like extreme example of greenhouse effect? Like the surface is like melted by the pressure and the heat of the gases trapped the heat in. But isn't that like there's that what is it now? Is it Europa? For one of Jupiter's moons, they reckon it's got like oceans underneath the ice. So there might be aliens there, man.
What are their planets? You got
Europa,
Jupiter, Uranus, Saturn,
Uranus,
Neptune.
Neptune's gas, isn't it? Saturn is gas. Pluto's a rock, very cold rock. I don't know. If we go to other planets, it's going to end up being like Jupiter's moons, probably. Like Callisto Protocol. Or maybe some of those asteroids, man.
Yeah. Anyways, let's see what this poll's at. We got 200 votes, and yes wins 52% to 48%. People would
there you go.
People would go to Mars. All right.
There you
Fair
go,
enough.
man. There you go.
Let's talk about a surprise. Amazon is publishing the next Tomb Raider, Jez. Did this shock you? Or did this make a lot of sense to you?
Kind of. I'm shocked. Well, I suppose I'm not shocked in a way, because it's Embracer Group, right? Embracer Group owns it right now. But they also said that they're going to be working with partners to reduce costs. And Tomb Raider seems like the right kind of game for Amazon, I think. In that it's an established IP, lets them get their brand out there. And also they can throw their money at the game and sort of try and make it as good as possible. So it could be quite lucrative for Tomb Raider, for Amazon to sort of capture mind share and stuff, because obviously Amazon can do all those Twitch deals to artificially inflate the popularity of the game, which is what they always do with their games. But hopefully it turns out to actually be good, because at the end of the day, Crystal Dynamics is still a good dev. But I suppose like what people were hoping on the down low was that Microsoft would buy Tomb Raider and Crystal Dynamics at some point, and then it would be like a Microsoft IP. But I ain't really like. I suppose this is going to be a reboot again, right? Because like the previous Lara incarnation is over with now. I think that.
Something like that.
I'm pretty sure they have hinted at it being a reboot again. I honestly was not the biggest fan of the recent Tomb Raider games. And I know that's not a popular take. I think we talked about it before in the show, but I really hated the gunplay in those games, and I felt like it was really bland. And I didn't really care much about the characters or the story, and it just felt like I was forcing myself to play it. I completed the first two, and I didn't even bother with the third one because I was just like meh. They're very pretty games, though. Very gorgeous, very visually appealing. But I didn't think they were very dynamic, personally. But you like them, don't you? You're a fan of the recent Tomb Raider games,
I like the
right?
Tomb Raider games a lot. You know what? I'm not when I saw this announcement, it wasn't a surprise to me, because I don't think Embracer wants to fund a fully a full AAA game, right? And we had seen. They had mentioned even recently, like, the idea of having these mystery partnerships that did, and this is obviously one of them, but having them work on Perfect Dark, or even having Eidos work on Fable, just spoke of like they're happy with other people picking up the bills and keeping their teams on something to do, right? So, and we know Amazon wants to get in the games industry. But it's incredibly difficult to buy people right now. Like, there was that rumor Amazon was going to buy EA that didn't pan out, but who knows if they eventually will. So Amazon's trying to get in. Embracer buys Tomb Raider and Crystal Dynamics, probably mainly for the IP and the back catalog, more so than to make like a new AAA Tomb Raider game. Because Square Enix didn't want to support them anymore, because every single time a new Tomb Raider game came out, Square Enix would be like, it didn't reach our expectations. Right?
Yeah.
And who knows what their expectations were, but I mean, it really seemed like the studio was just kind of like bleeding money. So it's like they buy them, and people were shocked because they were so cheap, but then we made the kind of comment was like, well, maybe nobody wants to spend the type of money because like they don't want the studios because they don't make any money. So it's like you have Embracer, who's like, all right, we own these, but we don't really want to fully fund the game. Let's find a partner. And, there was the rumors that maybe Microsoft would buy them. But clearly Microsoft is all tangled up with Activision Blizzard to form that sort of partnership. So yeah, Amazon makes a lot of sense because they want to get in the games industry. Tomb Raider is a very well-known IP. So basically, Amazon can foot the bill, and they can continue to try to get their foot into the gaming industry. Some people ask me about like, well, why didn't they publish it themselves? Like Embracer has other publishing groups like Deep Silver or THQ or Gearbox.
They even own game printing facilities. I think Embracer is one of the only companies in Europe that has the ability to print discs, or at least they used to be.
But I think that's more. It's like it's because Crystal Dynamics and Eidos aren't under one of their other wings. It's like they aren't under any of the wings or any of the umbrellas that have a publishing label. So that's probably one of the reasons they didn't. But so I wasn't surprised that somebody else is publishing Tomb Raider. I guess Amazon makes the most sense. I know a lot of people would have preferred it to be Xbox, or like Xbox buy Tomb Raider and Crystal Dynamics or what have you. But I think that ship has sailed. I don't know if there's still people out there believing in... Remember, because there was that conspiracy theory that people were like, oh, Embracer is just holding on to Crystal Dynamics and Eidos, and that when Microsoft's purchase of ABK goes through, they'll just sell them to Microsoft. You remember that? You remember that Everborn Saga conspiracy theory rumor?
Yes.
That was going to happen. And it was just like, does that really make a lot of sense that they would do that? I don't know. I sort of wonder if that kind of nips that in the bud, because I would imagine this is a long-term relationship between Amazon, Embracer, and Crystal Dynamics and Tomb Raider. I don't think this is like a one-time thing, right? So it's like, you know, I sort of feel like Embracer is probably okay with them making Tomb Raider for Amazon and also them working on Perfect Dark. So I wouldn't even be surprised if Microsoft does a Perfect Dark 2 that they just hire Crystal Dynamics again to do it. Because I just think like Embracer would be like, shit, a fully AAA game that we would have to find, like, no, we're okay with you working for Microsoft and getting paid for it, so we don't have to fund a game. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know. I did see some people being shocked by it, but I don't know. I thought it made a lot of sense, because I think a lot of the games you're going to see from Embracer are going to be just AA games. I don't really think they want to pump out AAA stuff, because AAA stuff is super expensive. Plus, there's also the rights you got to figure out, right? Maybe Amazon has some desire to make a Tomb Raider movie or series to go along with the game, right? Put it on their streaming service.
Yeah.
So
I think like increasingly tie-ins to media is going to become the norm. Like, did you see they announced was it announced or leaked, the God of War?
Well, they officially confirmed. Yeah,
stuff.
Amazon officially ordered the series, the series. So there's a God of War series coming. There's the Horizon series coming to Netflix. Last of Us series premieres in January. You know, you got the Fallout one coming to Amazon soon. Season 2 of Halo's coming. Grounded animated show with Netflix.
It's kind of wild that the Fallout TV show is going to be arriving without a Fallout game to go with it. Well, I suppose they're doing the remaster, but still a missed opportunity. I think it's not like Cyberpunk, where it's like Cyberpunk was still fresh, or arguably even more fresh, because they updated it and patched it and fixed it up and stuff, and then they dropped Edge Runners, which turned out to be rather amazing. And then they were just like, oh yeah, well, maybe we can try out this this game that they've been working so hard to fix.
Emmett says, I remember when everyone made fun of Xbox for TV, and now look. Yeah. R.L. Stein says they just wanted Amazon to pay for distribution as well. That's why they're publishing. Yeah, they're probably also picking up the tab too, so it helps there. Yeah, it's just like cross-media is a thing. It wasn't really a thing back in 2013 when Xbox wanted to do it, but now it's like we got to get more users from somewhere, so it's like we have these really cinematic games that we can tell great stories with, so let's do it. You know, I would imagine, I mean, Gears, remember? They just announced the Gears movie and the Gears animated show. Cyberpunk just had an animated show. League of Legends just had an animated show. So you probably still see more. I mean, Mario's got a movie coming, so
you're looking forward to the Mario movie?
Everything surrounding Mario except for the movie, except for Chris Pratt, looks really cool. What else we got?
Man, dude, I wonder how Chris Pratt feels about this. It feels like he's
probably
like
crying into his millions and millions of dollars. You know?
Oh man. Money doesn't fix all problems, right?
Jez,
maybe he's still got feelings.
Final Fantasy Pixel remasters are coming to console. So this is Final Fantasy 1 through 6. And it's exclusively not on Xbox. Surprise, surprise. So what's up with this, Jez? What's going on? I saw Miles wrote an article. Another set of JRPGs deciding not to come to Xbox. What's happening?
I think Square Enix just hates Xbox.
You think so? You think it might be the fact that it's not worth it to port it or whatever?
Yeah, I think that's the reality we're in right now. Is that Xbox, they just think it's not worth it. Like with Switch, you've got the portable aspect. So even though, like, you know, whether or not they'll get tons of players on Switch, you know, it doesn't really cross over aggressively with PlayStation because you get the whole portable aspect of it, right? And then it's kind of like, well, PlayStation's got the user base, PC's got the user base. If there's one platform that's going to be treated as a cost-cutting measure, it's going to be Xbox every time, you know. It's a problem with this the world we live in right now. When Xbox is so far behind the competition, if there is a situation where they want to cut costs, it's going to fall on Xbox. The problem is, how does Microsoft solve this? Microsoft solves this by investing in fixing the perception that Xbox is so far behind that they don't even deserve to get these games, you know, or that like it's not even worth it for devs to port the games over. Clearly, devs are making money on Xbox, but I think like increasingly there's this perception that certain games just won't work on Xbox. And without hard sales data, it's hard to say whether or not that's true. But I think like it's Microsoft's job to convince Square Enix to bring its games to Xbox. You know, at the end of the day, we know how nervous Square Enix is about the economy. Like Square Enix is like constantly talking about risk and constantly exploring these NFTs to try and make money and stuff and increase their margins. But it's like, you know, they could increase their margin by talking to Microsoft about paying a fee to get these games on Xbox. And to be honest, I'm sure they have. I'm sure they've said to Microsoft, okay, well, we'll bring the Pixel remasters to Xbox, but we want this much collateral, you know, or we want a Game Pass deal or whatever. But I wouldn't be surprised if Sony's like, well, if you're going to put them on PlayStation, you've got to not put it on Game Pass or something. Because we know Sony does those kind of clauses. So Square Enix is probably like, well, the only way Microsoft will make it worth our while is by putting it on Game Pass. But Sony won't let us put it on Game Pass. So who wins out in that scenario? It's going to be Sony, you know. And it just sucks for Xbox fans. And obviously, this is speculation. I haven't sat in on those meetings, and I don't know the actual reason why they're not bringing it to Xbox. But you know, it's probably a combination of contractual nuances between Square Enix and Sony, the whole Game Pass angle, and whether or not Square Enix can get their game on there or not, given, you know, the whatever stipulation Sony's putting on proceedings. And then you have probably Xbox thinking themselves whether or not it's worth it. They're probably like, well, is it actually, you know, is this game good enough or going to be big enough to justify dropping the Game Pass budget on that quarter? Sorry, it's getting later. So it's the you know, the long and short of it is, it really sucks for Xbox fans that this keeps happening, and it's frankly, sadly, gonna keep happening. You know, this ain't like the last time this is gonna happen. You know, there's gonna be more times where this happens. You know, hopefully Microsoft's listening to us when we're saying like, fix this. You know, this sucks. It's annoying. I want the Pixel remasters on my Xbox. I want them on xCloud. You know, I want to be able to play Final Fantasy VI on xCloud on my phone. Obviously, I can get those games on Android too, but I don't want to. I want them on xCloud. I want Xbox achievements. So yeah, it's just another one of them, really. Another one of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this will just forever happen. I don't think this is ever going to be something that's solved. You're always going to have something that skips the platform that is RPG related. Even if like something like Persona does well. Hell, you don't even know if Persona 6 is going to even come to the platform day one. And you saw Octopath Traveler 1 come to the platform, didn't even come to PlayStation, and then the second one comes to PlayStation but not Xbox. So these sort of situations, you hate to see it. It's not good when games skip your platform. You know, personally, don't care because I'm not interested in replaying Final Fantasy 1 through 6 or any of the other RPGs that decide to skip. But I know there's plenty of people that do play them. It's just that I think a lot of the devs are obviously profit orientated. So it's like, well, if we spend the money it takes to put it on Xbox, are we going to make our money back? Or should we just focus on Switch, PlayStation, and PC, which would give us our better chance of, making as the most money as we possibly can? And I mean, clearly you see it constantly that the choice is PlayStation, PC, and Switch. And I'm not sure that's really going to change in the future. Xbox should continue to fight against it. But I think it's just kind of going to be one of those things where it's just something you deal with, and you're going to constantly have examples like this all the time. Like, oh, this game didn't come, or this game didn't come. I mean, there's, even stuff like right now, it's been a year, but Kenna's not on the platform. Gris just finally hit the platform after 4 years, right? So there's even, and that's not even an RPG. It's like, sure, maybe there's some exclusivity clause around Kenna, or maybe the team's small and they don't have anybody to do the port or whatever, but there's many reasons why games don't come or they do come and stuff. And with RPGs, I think it's strictly, the games don't sell enough to warrant the cost of an Xbox port unless Xbox is going to foot the bill.
I'm kind of annoyed with myself because I'm someone who advocates for this, but I'm also someone who never picked up Octopath Traveler. I don't know like when it dropped or anything, but I just didn't have time to fit it in at the time when it launched. I kind of want to go back to it at some point, but it's also like there's a million other games I want to go back to. This is why Xbox really needs the footprint, because there are people like me who like want these games on the platform, and then it's like not have the time to play them. But so like you really need that volume to find those audiences that maybe they only play JRPGs or they only play fighting games. But Sony's cornered a lot of that market. Like the people who like specifically, maybe they only play Street Fighter, for example. Anyone who's like a super fighting game fan pretty much now exists on PlayStation only. And Sony's worked really hard to build up their sort of footprint as a JRPG powerhouse. I mean, they've done that since the PS1, really. It's just kind of known. Like if you are a massive core fan of JRPGs, you're probably going to be on PlayStation. And I think Square Enix knows that, and Sony knows that, and they use that to their advantage a lot. It's on Microsoft to fix it, and it's not like they ain't been trying, because we got Persona. We got Persona 4 and 3 announced launching in January as well. Both of them, I think, if I remember right. So, it's just a chicken and egg scenario. Game Pass was supposed to be something that helped in this situation, and it clearly does help. But I think like it also hinders in some ways because we know Sony's doing that whole anti-competitive clause thing, where it's like, yeah, if you bring it to PlayStation, you can't put it on Game Pass or whatever. And I bet that's come into play with the Pixel remakes.
I doubt it.
I don't doubt it.
I doubt it. Like, who has anything to gain from making the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters exclusive?
Dude,
like it doesn't make it
undermines Game Pass.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make. Look, I understand why Sony would money hat or try to keep out Final Fantasy 16 or Forspoken or something like Final Fantasy 7 Remake. I get that. But it doesn't make any business sense whatsoever to bother spending any money to stop another platform from getting Final Fantasy 1 through 6. Who cares?
I don't think they've spent money.
Yes, they would have.
Why do they need to spend money? They could just wield their market share and be like, nah, if you want this to launch on our platform, then you need to
Final
not take
Fantasy
a Game Pass
1 through 6, huh?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
Sony totally wants those games associated with its brand. They want to be seen as the home of Final Fantasy.
So let me ask you this question: why is Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core on Xbox then?
No one cares about Crisis
Core.
Core.
Nobody cares about Crisis Core. Okay, so that's why Crisis Core is day one and everywhere. And Sony didn't care, but Sony cares about old-ass Final Fantasy 1 through 6.
Those games are way more important than...
And they'll
Crisis
sell way
Core.
less.
Literally no one cares about Crisis Core.
Yeah, your argument's just been torpedoed.
No, it hasn't.
Logic destroyed.
I have literally no idea why Crisis Core launched on Xbox. So that makes no sense to me.
Sure, it doesn't really make any sense when... It doesn't even make any sense to launch it on Switch when the whole game it's leading up to, Final Fantasy VII Remake's not on either platform. I don't know, I just find the idea that Sony would wield their power or pay for... You can't put Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster on it. Like, what?
No. I don't think they went out of their way to do it. That's just the default contract they have.
No.
We saw that in the Epic Court case.
I don't think so. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. I think the Square Enix, the only way they would do it is if they brought it to Game Pass, and I don't think they can bring it to Game Pass because of the contract. That's what I think. I genuinely think that. And you only need to go and look at the Epic Games court case to see that Sony does have those restrictions in its licensing agreements for PlayStation. You know, they waive it for bigger games, probably like Outriders, for example. MLB The Show, they would have had no choice over. But this is the kind of game that they could get away with, and we already know that Square Enix. It'd be
funny if this was kind of like a thing where it does come, but it wasn't like it just wasn't on the ESRB thing. So like all this talking about it just doesn't mean anything, and then it literally shows up on the platform.
I think we'd know full well if it was coming to Xbox at this point.
Fair enough. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, okay. It's time for the Xbox Activision update stuff. Ugh. Does anybody?
I thought. Do we really have to?
We should just like basically talk about what happened.
What even happened? Was there something new?
I mean, I think Phil talked some shit about PlayStation a little bit, saying that PlayStation only grows by making Xbox smaller, right? That happened a couple days ago. Sony is trying to protect its dominance on the console. The way they grow is by making Xbox smaller. Sony has a very different view of the industry than we do. They don't ship their games day and date on PC, and they don't put their games in subscription service when they launch. Sony is leading a dialogue around why the deal shouldn't go through to protect its dominant position on consoles. So the thing they grab onto is Call of Duty, the largest console maker in the world, raising objection about the one franchise that we've said will continue to ship on the platform. It's a deal that benefits customers through choice and access. So yeah, Phil's been making the rounds, which, I mean, he's not wrong that, Sony grows bigger by making Xbox smaller, because that's essentially what happened last gen.
Yeah.
Sony took all the market share that Xbox lost because of their fuck-ups. So it's like, all right, well, how are we going to grow this time? Because it's like, are you going to sell more consoles than the PS4, or are you going to sell less consoles? And it's like, at whose expense are you going to sell those consoles at? Xbox's? Certainly not Switch. So Phil's right on that regard. What else happened? Microsoft reportedly offered Sony the right to put Call of Duty on PlayStation Plus.
Which is what Sony definitely doesn't want, because it wants you to buy that for $70.
Yeah, Leaky Hump says, what did Jez learn from this week about the rumored Xbox showcase? I mean, we already talked about that. And I don't think you learned anything new than what you talked about last week, right? Or even from what we talked about before. There's just rumors and speculation and smoke about something that might happen.
Yes.
I couldn't tell you if it's true, or what would be there, or how it would be presented, or when they would announce it, or what month it would be. Just that there's a lot of chatter going on behind the scenes about something maybe happening early 2023. So I don't think anybody has details about it outside of people that would be involved. So
yeah.
But yeah, so do you think, I guess the question here is, do you think Xbox offered this knowing full well that Sony wouldn't take it? Or is Xbox offering it because they'll offer anything to make sure the deal goes through?
I don't know. I think like it could be either one. It could be like Microsoft's genuinely like, look, if you're worried about Call of Duty, this is what we give you. Or it could be probably more likely, preemptively destroying the arguments that they're going to present in court by saying like, look, we're not trying to foreclose Sony in any way. We're not trying to defeat them in subscription services because look, here we go. We're letting them have Call of Duty in PlayStation Plus and stuff like that. This whole thing is about Apple and Google. Like I've said that from the beginning. It's about making a competing app store. And also we saw this week that, it leaked that Apple is going to start allowing sideloading and third-party app stores on iOS to preempt the European Union legislating in that direction. Being like, well, they've got a dominant market position and they're not allowing people to innovate on their dominant market position platform. They control the whole hardware ecosystem and the software ecosystem. So, they've gotten into a position where they could eventually become the only option out there, and that's not good. So we have to regulate. And they did regulate. And now it's Apple's going to open up its platform and hopefully we'll get a third-party gaming store for iPhone, which, will be full of games that Apple has banned, like Fortnite and the Xbox Game Pass. But anyway, that's probably what the arguments will boil down to in court if it ever does go all the way to federal court or whatever. But yeah, Sony's not going to take any concession. They're going to try. They just want the deal blocked. They want to preserve the status quo. They don't want the disruption to the industry. Their entire business model depends on them not having to compete or innovate. And yeah, that's the way Sony wants it to be, which I think is really, really lackadaisical because increasingly mobile is becoming a real threat to console gaming. We've already seen mobile games affect console games, with the rise of free to play, the rise of the battle pass. All that stuff's mobile games. It's all mobile gaming, and that's all come through mobile. And the fact that Google and Apple have no standards for their game stores, and they push that as a business model, which has its pros and cons. Obviously, it's free, which means it's more accessible to the masses. But on the flip side, it's sort of like, well, is it more accessible? Because now you have to like gamble to get your 5-star waifu in Genshin Impact, stuff like that, or your 5-star gem in Diablo Immortal, as the case may be. So yeah, I suppose it's just another week in corporations arguing at the end of the day. I'm really tired of it, Rand. I just want it to be over with.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the podcast where we don't have to talk about this.
I mean, there's always something going on, and I'm pretty much over it too. Or you know what? Just I want some more shots fired. Give me some more Jim Ryan quotes. Give me Phil talking back at Jim Ryan. Make it at least entertaining, because it's not. It's just like super boring and it's just super repetitive. Like, yeah, Xbox is going to offer whatever it takes to get Call of Duty done. They know that Sony's not going to want, all these things are just basically trying to Microsoft to present to the regulators that Sony's not being, they're arguing in bad faith, right? Oh, we're worried about losing Call of Duty. Well, we'll make sure to keep Call of Duty platform. Well, it's not fair if you get Call of Duty on Game Pass and we don't get it on PlayStation Plus. Well, we'll let you have it on PlayStation Plus. But like Sony doesn't want it on PlayStation Plus because Sony would have to pay for it. They'd have to pay the fair market value of a Call of Duty game on their service, and Sony doesn't even want to put their own games on their own subscription service. Sony's very comfortable selling Call of Duty and taking 30%, and they sell the most copies of Call of Duty, so they make a ton of money. So, and then on top of that, all the microtransactions and stuff. But the thing is, Sony doesn't have to pay Activision anything. It's not like they got to pay Activision to put the game on their platform. But they would have to pay Microsoft to put Call of Duty on their subscription service. And how much does that cost? I mean, what's the fair market price of putting the number one selling game day one in a subscription service? $500 million? $1 billion? Like, you'd have to...
For real?
I'm just saying, like, what's the fair market cost?
I don't know. Seriously, $1 billion, you think?
I mean, they made $1 billion in 10 days off of just retail sales and stuff. So, like, the idea of putting in a subscription service, yeah, there's going to be a bunch of people who no longer buy that game on PlayStation. The place where, you know, the system that sells the most copies. So it's like, yeah, you'd have to make up all those lost sales. So what would it be? 600 million? Like, that's the thing. Sony's not going to want to have to pay that money to put that game in a subscription service when they could just sell it and just take all the money. So it's just basically Microsoft just trying to do whatever they can do to show to everybody that Sony's just like basically lying about, you know, they're not really worried about these things because they're not actually going to agree to any of this stuff. Yeah. And then, you know, like you had Brad Smith talking on interviews being like, we did this because we need more exclusives. Sure. You know, fair enough. Like, yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Just, they're all just like, he was saying that the FTC wouldn't even let them talk to the FTC when he went there and all these different things. And now the discussion is like whether or not the deal's going to actually go through or how long it's going to take for this to actually, you know, hit the courts or what have you, and what's going on with the CMA and the EU and stuff. And I don't know. It's so boring right now. There was an interesting thing from the CMA where they released some market participants responses, and like every response was essentially like, we're in favor of the deal. We think it's great. It's like, so you have like everybody in the industry having no problems with the deal, and then Sony's the only one who does. And it seems like Sony's views and Sony's positions is the one, at least, that are, you know, being looked at. I don't think FTC was following Sony's position. I think the FTC is just like, we're sending a message to big tech. Even though they're going to lose that meta case and they're going to lose this case if it ever goes to court or what have you. But, you know, if the EU...
I think, like, even if they do lose the court, even if they do know they're going to lose in court, the FTC, what the message they are sending is, we're going to make it damn expensive for you.
Yeah. We're going to make it expensive. We're basically trying to wait you out. We're going to put up these roadblocks and make it seem like, you know, we're going to make it too expensive so you would want to drop it. Basically saying that we're not going to approve any of these future acquisitions and mergers. So it comes down to the CMA and the EU. You know, are they going to approve it? If so, what concessions are there going to be? And if both of them approve it, does the FTC then try to come to the table and get some concessions? Or does the FTC wait until, you know, whenever these hearings would be to see? So it'd be interesting to see, at least in that regard. But all the stuff that's currently going on is just mind-numbingly boring. And that's enough to talk about. So we're coming to the end of the show. We're going to talk about, answer some of these questions from the lovely people at Patreon. You too can send in your questions. You can join the Patreon at patreon.com/XB2. Its link is in the description. I'm sure Jez will put it into the chat now. Leaky Hum says, Rand's right about Final Fantasy. Xbox needs collabs with Japanese studios for JRPGs. Contract Blue Dragon out to level 5. Platinum. Phantom Dust with the creator. Bandai for Killer Instinct. Yeah, they need more Japanese games. That's 100% true. So we got some interesting questions here. We got one from Achievement. Will you take a gaming break before the sheer onslaught of titles release next year? And what will be the first game you fire up in 2023? I mean, I think the first game that I'm going to play in 2023 that's new is probably Dead Space. For Jez, if I can answer for him, it's Monster Hunter Rise.
Yes, it is. You know that.
So I know Jez. The gaming break, not necessarily. Like, there isn't anything I really want to play until Dead Space, so I won't really play anything early January. February, I'm not sure I'm going to play Harry Potter. April doesn't really have any games right now. Like, I'm not interested in Skull and Bones in early March, but there's so many games where it's like, I don't know. I'll get through them all, but I don't know if I'm going to take a break. I do like to, read my books here and there or watch some shows instead of like gaming constantly. Which, I just got done. Like, it was basically like 2 months of just nonstop gaming between like Plague's Tale and Call of Duty Modern Warfare and God of War and Gotham Knights and Grounded. Like, there was that stretch where I was just playing nonstop. I wasn't reading and I really wasn't watching TV. And then like now I kind of was like, okay, there was a book came out I wanted to read, but now I'm really into High in Life. And then once I finish that, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna start Callisto Protocol, and then we'll probably be into the new year, and then it's all about Dead Space. Let's see, CJ, he says, let me get this. Hey guys, hope you're both well. I have 2 questions for you this week. One, could I get a birthday shout out from you guys? It's my 29th on Friday the 16th. Listen to you guys every week, and you're my favorite podcasters. Well,
happy birthday!
Have a happy birthday, CJAD93. Hope you have a great one. And number 2, what's your most anticipated non-Xbox game for 2023? I personally can't wait for Spider-Man 2, if that is coming out next year. It's pretty much the only reason I still have a PS5. Have a great weekend. I think I talked about this last week, but right now, looking at the games that are coming out, I think my most anticipated game currently right now is Star Wars Jedi Fallen Survivor. Or Star Wars Jedi Survivor, I think is mine. And Jez's is Diablo 4. I don't even need to ask him.
Yeah, you know.
You know I pissed off some PlayStation fans this past week, Jez?
Who? You did?
Yeah.
Oh, how's that?
So I posted my stats. PlayStation did a wrap-up where you can like get your gaming stats from what you played with them. Nintendo did one, Twitch did one, Reddit did one. Everybody in the world did one except Xbox.
Yep.
It's funny because Xbox used to do these for years, and they stopped doing them, and now everybody else does them. It's like, why'd you stop doing it, Xbox? They were cool. But anyways, I posted mine, and I played for 77 hours. Like, I only really played 3 games, God of War, Sifu, and Stray. And there were PlayStation fans pissed. Like, this is pathetic, or imagine spending $500 to only play 3 games and then go to the other system with no games or whatever. Just like, because I saw it had 40 replies, and I'm like, why does this have 40 replies? And it was just there was just some really butthurt PlayStation fans that I only play 3 games. But it's just like, bro, the PlayStation is a secondary system, right? It's only getting turned on when they have an exclusive I want to play, because I am not playing any other games on that system. 1, because the Xbox controller is better. It will always be better, so I'd rather play every game with an Xbox controller. 2, achievements are a million times better than trophies. So if I'm going to play a game, I want that on my Xbox profile, not my PlayStation one. And yeah, I mean, so basically what I'm saying is Xbox is better. And I'm sorry I only turned on my PlayStation for 70 hours, you know, that I only played God of War, Sifu, and Stray, and only one of those was a first-party game. I played it more this year than I did last year, where I only played Returnal and Ratchet. And I don't know about next year. Maybe it'll only be Spider-Man 2, because I don't know how many more exclusives Sony's putting out. But that's the thing about secondary systems. They don't get a lot of play because they don't get a lot of exclusives. But I knew that going in.
Really gets that many exclusives.
Like I bought the digital edition, the $400 edition, and I bought it for every game that Sony would put out the whole entire gen. So Yeah, I don't know why people were so salty about that. They were just crying like little bitches in my comments, in the replies.
If people are mainly concerned with the exclusives, there's only one platform you should be on, and that's a PC Master Race, baby.
Oh, geez, PC Master Race. Ugh.
Well, PC's got millions of exclusives. You know, you could fire up DOSBox, man, and play some games from the early 90s and 80s if you want. Get some Realms of the Haunting on the go. Did you ever play that? Realms of the Haunting back in the day? No?
Yeah.
MS-DOS. MS-DOS gaming. Blackthorn, one of Blizzard's first games. MS-DOS. Sweet. Doesn't get better than PC, man. Oh, speaking of PC, and speaking of classic games, did you see Dwarf Fortress dominating the Steam charts this week?
What the hell's Dwarf Fortress?
Well, never mind. Rand's just ignorant. Dwarf Fortress is like, it's like amazing. It's like one of the original simulation kind of games. Like RimWorld kind of riffs on Dwarf Fortress a bit, but it's like a classic game. It had like really sort of basic, you know, not even 8-bit graphics, and they sort of remade it with modern graphics, and now they're millionaires. You know, classic game. Should look into it.
Face says
it's a cool story.
Insomniac is releasing games like this is the PS2 era. Spider-Man 2 confirmed for fall 2023. Yeah, Insomniac's released a lot of games so far. I mean, they had Miles Morales come out at launch, and then they had Ratchet the year after in 2021, and then 2023 is Spider-Man 2, and then maybe 2024, 2025 for Wolverine. Very efficient teams. It does help that Spider-Man 2 is gonna probably reuse the same world that they built in 2018 for Spider-Man. That it kind of helps when you can reuse the same open world that you reused in your other games. Because Spider-Man's in New York, so I bet you that does help a lot with development. Where it's like, yeah, we got the open world built for the most part, and we got the characters and their fighting and their moves and stuff already, keyed in from the last two. So now we just got to do the other stuff.
Spider-Man's set in New York?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was set in like some fictional
No, it's
city.
set in New York City. So.
Oh. Is it only DC that has fictional cities then? Because Gotham's not real, right?
Well, no, Gotham's not real, but I think it's supposed to be like Chicago or Detroit, and then Metropolis is supposed to be like New York or something. But yeah.
All
right. No, Insomniac is one of the best studios out there. Extremely efficient.
Microsoft screwed that one up, didn't they?
I don't think they had anything to screw up there. I mean, what? Because Sunset Overdrive didn't sell well?
Well, I don't know. There's probably a universe where Microsoft and Insomniac worked together more closely, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's possible, but Sunset Overdrive bombed or didn't do very well. Oh, I don't know who walked away from what. I don't know if it was Xbox was like, yeah, this didn't sell well enough for us, let's move on, or if Insomniac was the ones that were like, we don't know about this partnership, but nobody bought Sunset Overdrive, so
Well, it helps having a brand like Spider-Man tied to your game, I guess.
It sure does.
Sunset Overdrive is underrated. I really liked it.
Yeah.
It was really fun grinding on rails and shit. I don't
know. Mythic Marty says, feel cheeky asking another after the Ultimate one, but here goes. Given some of the lower reviews for High on Life could be down to the humor and tone, should reviews only be done by those who are in the target audience? Otherwise, a large part of the product will fall flat for others. Loving the game myself and impressive for a small team. All the best. Yeah.
That's an interesting question. I suppose we did discuss it earlier, but I think anyone should review anything they feel like reviewing.
Yes.
Because we live in a world of free speech, However, I think if you are being honest, you should just admit in the copy somewhere that I ain't into these kind of games, or I ain't into this kind of humor, But I can empathize with the idea that someone else could be, So, like, if it was me writing a review of it and I didn't like the humor, like, for example, if I was reviewing Borderlands I would say I hate Borderlands humor and writing, but I'm fully aware of the fact that some people like it. Children, for example, or people with bad taste. Well, I wouldn't write that, but you know what I'm getting at. So, and I'd review it in that context. I'd be like, full disclosure, this isn't my kind of writing, but I can appreciate, if someone does like it. Here's why I don't like it, but I'm not going to punish the game because I realize this aspect of the review is largely subjective. What's funny for me might not be funny for someone else, and that's okay. I can still be friends with you. I'm not going to cancel you, even though you've got really bad taste in what constitutes comedy. But I find that's often the case with Americans. No offense, Rand. But yeah, I think anyone should be able, but long and short, anyone should be able to review anything they want, but just be honest about whether or not, this is. I think the audience have a right to know if it's, if you're not into that kind of game. Like, I wouldn't review a sports game under any circumstances because I don't like sports, any sport, ever, under any circumstances. But I can appreciate it, I think it's, athletes are super impressive and the dedication they put in, whatever, it's great. Not for me. Not what I'm interested in. But yeah. Disclosure, honesty.
Yeah, I don't know.
What a weird concept.
I think a lot of the things with High Life is there are not a lot of games out there that rely strictly on their humor, right?
Yeah.
So humor is a very subjective thing. So it's like one of those scenarios where, yeah, like, would I review a baseball game? I'm not really interested in playing a baseball game, so am I the right person to review a baseball game? I guess maybe you could say, well, I would be interested in a review from someone who doesn't play baseball games, right? That could be interesting. But at the same time, if I'm already predisposed and I don't really play those type of games and I don't really like them, is my review even really meaningful then? Right? Like, does anybody want to hear a review of NBA 2K23 from a guy who doesn't play sports games or like sports games? Should I be the one reviewing it, or should somebody who likes sports games and actually plays them be the one to review it? I guess there's some value in having somebody review something like, hey, I haven't played a basketball game in 10 years. Here's what I think of NBA 2K23. As someone is like, oh, okay, well, here's what's different. Here's what I like. There's some value in that. But I still think you would then need to counter that with someone who's actually played them constantly so they can tell you what's different. With a game like this, or even something like Stanley Parable, right, which I think I played earlier in the year and I loved, it's like, if you don't like that humor, then that game's going to fall flat on its face. But would that review be valid? Because somebody could read that and think the game's trash or the game's not good. Like, someone could read that review about High on Life and think, oh, I'm not wasting my time on this. But then they actually might like it because they might enjoy the humor. So, I don't know. It's just, you don't really get a lot of situations like this, though, because there aren't a lot of games that rely on its humor to sell it to you.
Yeah.
So,
I was thinking about the South Park games. As an aside,
the South Park games. Ryan says, with the disappointment surrounding recent Xbox circumstances, this question is off topic but on theme. Can you think of any game that you really look forward to before launch, but was ultimately a sore disappointment once you played it? Ooh, that's a good one. Jez? I'll say one,
but I can't think off the top of my head. Go on.
Destiny.
Oh yeah, actually.
Destiny 2.
Actually, yeah, Destiny 1 is a good one for me, actually. I was quite excited about that. I was thinking, I expected it to be far more than it was. I remember those whole memes about, like, you can go to those mountains, and then you couldn't, yeah, Destiny's definitely one for me. That was just not it.
Yeah,
And
like
it's still not
that's
it.
at the
I
top of
still
my
think
head
it's
for
terrible.
like disappointments. It's like Destiny. Like, cause I love Bungie, right? I don't know if there's ever been a developer that put out a stretch of games like Bungie did. You know, going from Halo 2 to 3 to Reach to ODST, you know, where it was just like banger after banger, like best games you could possibly imagine. And then it was like, all right, we got something brand new, and you're like, oh my god, I can't wait. And then it's Destiny, and you're like, ugh. I guess people would point to like From Software, you know, it's with their recent outputs of like the Dark Souls games and Bloodborne, or even like the two most recent Game of the Year winners for them, you know, Sekiro and Elden Ring, which right now they're on a tear. I mean, their last two games, Sekiro and Elden Ring, both my game of the years, both years, and like really nothing else came close. I don't know if I don't know if they're gonna repeat that for later on this year, because I don't know if I'm gonna be playing Armored Core 6. But
of course you will.
I don't know.
What? What is wrong with you?
I don't know if I'm very interested in Armored Core, to be honest with you.
You're so weird.
But Destiny is the one that comes to mind.
You're just weird.
No, I'm not.
Rand. How are you just going to sit here and tell me you watched the same Armored Core trailer as me?
Who cares? It's a trailer. You can make a trailer. You can make any trailer look good for any game.
But it's From Software.
Yeah.
With robots.
Okay.
How are you not at least a little bit excited about that? You're weird.
Maybe
weird,
I just
right?
am. Maybe I just am.
You're just a weird guy with your books and your weird takes. I'm triggered right now. But anyway, and I thought of another game actually, Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. I was really disappointed with that. It's another game I gave 7 out of 10 to, in spite of everyone else loving it. I was thoroughly gutted with that game, and I was extremely hyped. This is like one of the first games I ever previewed at a show, and this is before I was really like an established journalist or whatever. I queued for like 5 hours at Gamescom to play that game, standing up, sitting on the floor in pain to play that game, right? And the demo was like 10 minutes long. And they gave you this like weird hat which made you invincible for the demo. I suppose because they figured the randomers in the public wouldn't be very good at stealth games or whatever. But the demo was so brief, and there was like PR guy there and a marketing guy there, like 2 dudes there trying to like guide everyone through it and guide their play. It's almost like they didn't want people to play it properly. I know a lot of people seem to like the Phantom Pain, but as someone who is invested in Metal Gear Solid's story, it was just so obvious that the second half of the game was completely unfinished. Like the fact that you were just doing repeat missions, the fact that you had to like jump through all these hoops to access like the rest of the game. There was the copy and paste, the lack of diversity in the areas of the game, and the lack of diversity in the combat. The bosses, like none of the bosses were memorable at all. You know, and that's like that is a complete departure from the other Metal Gear Solid games, where the bosses are these just like amazing moments in gaming history. You know, the end, for example, in Metal Gear Solid 3 is absolute legend, you know. And they kind of riffed on that a little bit in Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain, but it was just like, but that's all it was. It was like a pale imitation. And you could just tell that the game exists in spite of itself. You can tell, you can just sort of feel the turmoil that was going on at Konami. For the record, I don't blame Kojima. Obviously I blame Konami, you know. Maybe you're not, that's fair. Maybe that's Kojima fanboyism cutting through. Maybe it is, I don't know. But I wasn't a fly on the wall at Konami or whatever. I don't know what really went down there. I don't know who's really to blame. But it's clear that the development of that game was fraught. And I think the review scores do not reflect the reality of that game. I think the meta score, rather. Yeah, that's my rant about Phantom Pain. But yeah, that's one game that really disappointed me. But also Destiny, yeah. But even more so Phantom Pain, because I was never really invested in Halo. Bungie. I just got invested in the promise of Destiny. I was expecting like an MMO shooter, basically, with the kind of depth you get in Warcraft, but in a shooter format. You know, and when they talked about, you know, they're on stage, you can go to those mountains, and then you found out it was all just lies. And also like stuff like having one thing that really bugs me to this day in Destiny. Why do they give you a spaceship and then they don't let you fly it? It's just dumb as hell.
So you can have something to look at in loading screens and then be able to chase after and the loot box stuff or, you know, reward stuff so you can get a cool looking one.
It's just lame. It's not a space game. It's just
you want to know you want to know
unambitious. It's not an ambitious game. I'm sorry.
So we can continue on our hate on Destiny theme here for a second. You want to know what I hate that Destiny has brought to modern games?
What is that?
That their UI stuff where it's clearly designed for a keyboard and mouse.
Oh, the cursor thing.
The cursor thing that a lot of games have taken. I hate that user interface. I don't know who's told Bungie that interface is good. It is horrible. And other games have copied it to the point where it's like, ugh, I hate that user interface. I really, really do.
I actually don't mind it. I think it kind of makes me feel like, I don't know, it feels a little bit more interactive than just snap into the elements. Maybe it's less usable. I don't know. I kind of like it, but maybe that's because, you know, I like PC games.
We got a question here from Silas who says, I have a question about the game reveals at the various award showcases. Do you guys know if publishers have to pay Jeff or other organizers for their trailers? It's easy to spot the ads during TGA, but I always wondered if the world premieres are glorified paid ads or donated to the production. Jez, do you have any clue about this?
I have no clue, really. I'm sure there is some money that changes hands. I mean, obviously there is. Otherwise, like, how would he fund what he does? You know, it's expensive shit, you know, running a big gaming event. But I have no idea how the monetization of it works. I don't know if it's all paid before by sponsors. I don't know if developers pay to be in the show or whether it's all sort of voluntary. I could probably find out because we run shows. We run the PC gaming show. We run the Golden Joysticks. You know, that's Games Radar sister site. I mean, well, I say sister site. They don't know we exist. Windows Central is not very important to these sites. But
I don't know because I sort of feel like the idea of like Kojima releasing a Death Stranding 2 trailer, but then having to pay Jeff for that seems just weird. Like, wouldn't it be? Shouldn't it be the other way? You know, like
the publisher who pays, right?
Yeah, but like, why would I don't know? It just feels like it would be the other way. Like Jeff would pay to get the Death Stranding trailer, not that Sony would have to pay to put Death Stranding on Jeff's show.
But Jeff's providing the platform.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know.
It's hard to say. I suppose I could find out. It's probably scales based on the platform. I think like Sony would pay that. That would come out of their marketing spend. But obviously, like smaller indies and stuff, they probably don't have to pay. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Jeff will tell us. Ask him. We'll ask him on Twitter. Hey Jeff, tell us the financial ins and outs of your business. Oh man, maybe
interesting. I don't know how that stuff works.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Uh-oh, Forte says, Rand, this podcast's going off the rail. Need to get back on track. Uh-oh. It's because we were talking about Destiny, and he doesn't like it when people talk about Destiny. I think that's it. I think he doesn't want us to talk bad about Destiny because that's all he plays.
Oh, snap. My condolences.
Yeah. Our condolences, Forte. I'm gonna Crumb says, we all know that
every time you mention that guy's name.
We all know that COD was offered to PlayStation as part of the 10-year deal to keep it on the platform. My question is, would Sony even want that in the first place? I don't think so.
Yeah, we talked about that. I don't think they want it. I think like they're just trying to create problems. I think Sony just wants to preserve the status quo. That there's no deal Microsoft could offer that Sony would accept. That's the reality.
The only thing they would want is if the regulators say you have to put Call of Duty on PlayStation Plus for free. Then Sony would be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, but we're not paying for it. It's not fair.
Yeah.
But it's like, what do you mean you're not paying for it? Microsoft paid for it. It cost them $70 billion to be able to do that. You know? You're paying some money. I would love to know how much Activision would charge for day one Call of Duty in PlayStation Plus.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That's got to be a shit ton. Because why would you pay for that? So, those are all the Patreon questions. So thank you guys very much, and we'll take some more questions in the chat. So if you guys have anything you want to say, make sure you hit us up at me in the chat, and I'll answer some before me and Jez get out of here. And you guys can go enjoy your weekend. Another 4-hour show in the books, Jez. No idea how we do this because, it's not like anything super interesting is going on. But guys, make sure you hit the like button if you enjoyed the show. Subscribe if you're new. We're almost at 100K is only 10,000 away. Hopefully we can reach that next year, Maybe I can get Jez to promote me on Windows Central. Please go subscribe.
I don't know if I'll be allowed.
Yeah, probably not. So I'm looking for any questions. Jetfan says, Rand, where's Voodoo Vince remastered on Game Pass? I don't know. Is that an Microsoft game?
Yeah, it is. Voodoo Vince is. I think from what I understand, the whole Voodoo Vince remaster thing, it was almost like a favor to a friend. I think. I'm not sure that's setting any records for anyone. There's probably just an afterthought at this point, but who knows? If enough people ask, I'm sure they would look into it at least. So the best thing to do there is to tweet Phil and Aaron and see if they have something to say about that kind of stuff.
Forte says, Destiny is boring as hell right now, but we're not going to act like Destiny was the most influential game of last generation. Love it or hate it. It wasn't, Forte. It certainly was not the most influential game of last generation. What are you smoking, my brother? Are you insane? You honestly think Destiny was the most influential game of last generation? I don't see any copycats.
It was literally just...
I don't see any copycats.
Yeah. You could say maybe Warframe, but then it's even then, Warframe does so much different stuff than Destiny. And also, Anthem was a flop. And Destiny was pretty much just Borderlands. Destiny is basically Borderlands with dedicated servers and a more serious tone.
I can't.
It doesn't do anything unique. It doesn't do anything unique.
I can't believe
Destiny does nothing unique.
That he honestly is trying to tell me it's the most influential game of last generation. You know what the most influential game of last generation was? Fortnite. Bar none. That's it. Fortnite was the most influential game of last gen. It has a sales.
I don't know if I agree with that either.
I mean, what else could you even say? It's clearly Fortnite.
Warcraft.
Shut up! It ain't Warcraft.
Well, Fortnite wouldn't exist without Warcraft.
Yeah, but Fortnite is way more influential than Destiny. You put that in your pipe and smoke it, Forte.
What about Overwatch?
Nah. No.
When did Fortnite come out?
2017 or 2018.
So Fortnite was just a rip-off of Overwatch.
I mean, you can even say PUBG was the most influential. Because it influenced Fortnite, which became the biggest game in the world, essentially. And then everybody copied it with Warzone and all the battle royales. All the games as a service and stuff. All the battle passes.
I know a lot of people like Fortnite, but I feel so strangely about it. The way that it just it's just an advert. It's like adverts for everything. It's like an advertising playground. It's not like Smash Brothers where they celebrate specific characters with their own unique moves and stuff like that. All all you're getting in Fortnite is a skin, right? And maybe like I know they had some abilities like Spider-Man had the web slinging or whatever, but it's not like Smash Brothers where it's like celebrating the games industry. Because there's so much other random crap in Fortnite. Like I saw there's like they've added like a Master of Puppets emote or something from Metallica, and the only reason they've done that is because it was trending in Stranger Things. You know, it's not like they care about Metallica or whatever. It's just like it's the game is literally governed by an algorithm. Like whatever's trending in the algorithm, Fortnite co-opts it into the game, and it feels shallow. You know, even though it's fun and there's nothing wrong with fun, we allow fun in this world. It's also just so shallow. Like I feel really weird about it. I can't really put what I mean into words. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm getting at?
No,
it just feels like plasticky and fake and just weird. I don't know.
No, I know
maybe
what
I'm
you're
crazy.
Caleb says I was watching an old Defining Duke episode the other day, and Maddie said Jez mentioned something about an Xbox MOBA. Have you heard anything new about it?
Xbox MOBA. I didn't leak anything about potential Xbox MOBA. I just kind of imagined what one would look like if they ever did make one. Because I would love for that to happen. And I think like a lot of people, like not just a MOBA, but like people talk about a kart game or people talk about, you know, fighting game, Killer Instinct, maybe celebrate more Xbox characters and stuff like that. I think that's more what the discussion was about. It wasn't like I was saying they are making a MOBA. But the obvious candidate would be Heroes of the Storm because they've already got it pretty much ready to go. They just need to add like Master Chief to it and a bunch of other characters, and then boom, there you go. You got your Xbox MOBA. But Heroes of the Storm is sadly dead, and I don't know if Microsoft would ever bother reviving it. They didn't revive Quake Champions, even though they did port Quake Champions to Game Pass. But I wonder, you know, they've done the whole thing with Riot where it's like, yeah, you get every single character. You get every single character for all League of Legends and whatever using Xbox Game Pass. I wonder if there's like a way to revive Heroes of the Storm by doing a similar thing. After the deal closes, they could put like, yeah, with Game Pass you get every character in Heroes of the Storm because Heroes of the Storm has a lot of characters. But yeah, it was only speculation. It wasn't really anything beyond that.
Yeah. Calorix wants to know what?
Sorry. I wonder if he's talking about that other project I heard about.
Mm.
There is a strategy game that is coming from Microsoft, or at least it was in development. That isn't Ara History Untold, and it's not Age of Empires. There is a sort of more casual strategy game, but I don't know if it's really a MOBA. It's something new. It's something unique. And I don't know if it's still in development. It might have been cancelled, but I'm not gonna leak that anytime soon. But there was something in development at some point. It might, if it still exists, it might be announced at E3 this year. But yeah, put a pin in that.
Calorix wants to know my plans for the New Year's when it comes to the channel. Any major changes to expect? I mean, I've been thinking about some stuff, but we'll see. I mean, there's always the thought of like maybe to be on camera or whatever, maybe change the thumbnails, maybe to do more different types of content, but we'll see.
We talked about changing up the graphics for the new year.
Yeah.
We might get a new logo. We'll see.
We'll see how stuff plays out. Leaky Hum says, Jez, Compulsion has position for the marketing director, which implies midnight. Do you think we're close to the game releasing?
I think we're probably close to it being announced and marketed. Maybe 2024 is when it releases. I can't see it coming out this year, but maybe we see it for the first time this year.
Yeah. I could see them announcing it this year. Arl Stein wants to know if we have or are planning on playing Marvel Midnight Suns. I'm not.
This is painful for me because I love XCOM. It's like one of my favorite games of all time. But I hate Marvel. So it's like Marvel's like so boring and lame and cheesy to me. No offense to anyone who likes Marvel, which is basically everyone. So it's like I want to play it because I like XCOM, and I've heard the game's really good. Like, it's a really good strategy game. But I'm also just really not interested in Marvel or the universe. And also, I've heard it's really buggy. Like, my brother's been playing it on PC, and he's had loads of problems, like, and issues and bugs and, like, frozen cutscenes and missing character models and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know if the console version is any better, but yeah, I'm probably not going to play it, sadly. I'm just going to sulk and wait for XCOM 3 if it ever comes out, which it probably won't.
Danny says, I still play lots of State of Decay 2. Hopes for 3? Jez hopes that it's good and that it looks like the trailer.
Yeah, I'm hoping just like a step up in quality across the board. I'm hoping for dedicated servers, or that's probably a pipe dream. Like when they originally made State of Decay, they developed it with the community. It was like one of the first games that were really developed, with that sort of early access mentality before early access was even a thing. It was one of the first games that really did that. In a first console games, at least, that really did that in any sort of meaningful way. And one of they used to share their whole plan, which was like version 1 of the game would be this proof of concept kind of thing, State of Decay 1. Version 2 of the game would be like expanding to co-op play and whatever. And then I can't remember what their exact code names, what they used it, but their goal was to eventually turn State of Decay into an MMO. Massively multiplayer with multiple communities and dedicated servers. Now, I don't know if Microsoft's going to fork out for that, because there's a lot of games that I think Microsoft should have given dedicated servers to, which they just never did. And I know dedicated servers are expensive, but I just wonder like how much Microsoft actually wants this game to be more than just a AA, because that's what State of Decay 2 is. It's a AA game. I want it to be AAA. I want it to get to that next level. I want it to have really good animations. I want it to have deep online systems. I want it to have dedicated servers. I don't want the tethering bullshit where you can only like walk 5 seconds away from another person, because that defeats the whole point of like going off and getting supplies and stuff like that if you have to like hug the person you're with. And like it's such a restriction. Tethering is so lame in co-op. It's so lame. I think like if you're gonna like put that kind of stuff in it, has to be on dedicated server, or you have to use like an engine which lets you roam, like Grounded does, or Minecraft or whatever. But anyway, yeah, I just want to see it get to that next level. I got high hopes for it, but like everything with Microsoft right now, I'm just kind of lowering my expectations of everything they do. That's the sad truth about how I feel about Xbox first party. They haven't really blown me away for such a long time that I'm just kind of like, well, wait and see. Yeah.
Let's see. Supernova says, any idea how is gonna be the Fallout 4 next gen update? Is it like the Witcher 3 next gen update?
I think it's gonna be that hardcore.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. Yeah.
It's just going to be like, yeah, it's basically going to be like high-res texture packs, a bunch of the most popular mods bundled in, similar to what they did with Skyrim, upgrading that. I don't think it's going to be as huge of an upgrade as Witcher 3 seems to be, which I still haven't tried, by the way. But yeah, I'm still going to use it as an excuse to replay the game, because I haven't replayed it since launch. I must choose a different faction this time, and I never tried the DLC either. So I just spent a good 75% of my time with Fallout 4 was building a base, which is hilarious thinking about it.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that's a good spot to end the show. The show's been going on for a while. I know Jez is tired. So
yes, I am.
With that, we are gonna say goodbye to everybody. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hope everybody listening to this later enjoys it as well. Jez should have it up tomorrow.
Yes, I will.
At some point on the podcast apps. And yeah, make sure you do us a favor. Hit the like button here. Leave us a review over on the podcast apps. And we'll be back next week. I don't know. What is that? December 23rd? Right? Is that December 23rd? Yeah.
Yeah.
Before Christmas. hopefully with some cool stuff to talk about, or some games or whatever. And with that, keep it gaming, guys. Have a great weekend.
Take care, everybody. Bye.